Chapter 1424. It would be extremely difficult for Zichen to transform his strength and increase his realm. His reality realm was just too big, as if it was a real world. Back in the Void Realm, Zichen's mind had been in a berserk state due to Black Eagle's death. In order to increase his strength, he had directly caused the Void Realm to go berserk. Although Zichen had been lucky enough to break through, the process had been fraught with danger, and he had almost died. As his strength increased, Zichen had encountered the same problem. This could not be called a bottleneck because it was something that could not be solved through enlightenment. This time, if Zichen had used the same trick again, he would have directly caused the reality realm to go berserk and self-destruct. The path he had taken back then was already a dead end and could not be taken again. Zichen could only open up a new path. But along the way, Zichen had not found a way to break through. Although he did not say it out loud, he had always been vexed in his heart, because there was no way he had been unable to break through and could only stop at the mid-reality realm. During this period of time, if he had not coincidentally obtained the 9-star Lightning King body, Zichen's battle prowess would likely only be 1/5 of his current strength. Not to mention becoming a king. Even those leaders, Manshur and the others, would not be able to match up to such battle prowess. In fact, Zichen had been searching for a way to break through all this time. When he heard that this trading ground was said to only have things that could not be thought of and not bought, Zichen immediately became spirited and wanted to come over. After arriving, the things sold here did not disappoint Zichen, until he encountered a trace of the world's origin power. This power was like a straw. It was usually useless, but at a critical moment it could crush a camel. Although there are countless things that paved the way in the beginning, it was still this straw that played a crucial role in the end. Looking at the sliver of power swimming like a fish in the crystal ball in his hand, Zichen's heart calmed down. There was neither joy nor sorrow. He was not sure if this sliver of power could truly help him. Next, he could only rely on luck. The crystal ball broke and shattered, and the sliver of world's origin power appeared. This was a trace of the world's origin energy, and it could evolve all kinds of energy in the world. The most miraculous thing about it was that it could forcibly increase this trace of energy. When this strand of power entered Zichen's body, it was as if it originated from Zichen or came from the same source. After this strand of power entered his body, there was no need to refine it, and it automatically changed. In a short instant, this strand of power completely fused with the power in Zichen's body, causing Zichen's power to permanently increase by a sliver. There was only a sliver of power. It seemed very little, but it was extremely useful. It was at this moment that Zichen, who had already reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, was forcibly raised by a sliver of power. The injection of this sliver of power was equivalent to crossing a threshold. Although Zichen's current cultivation level wasn't at the late corporeal realm, it had already surpassed the peak of the mid-corporeal realm. When this sliver of power forcibly raised entered the corporeal world, Zichen's corporeal world had already grown to its limit. Here, the growth of power had also reached a peak, and even the void tree had stopped working. In other words, in Zichen's corporeal world, every sliver of power consumed would be replenished. Apart from that, his power would not increase any further. However, the forceful injection of this sliver of power had broken this balance. Once this balance was broken, the corporeal world would face collapse. A withered blade of grass could crush a camel, and a sliver of power could collapse a world. Both of these represented the limits of power. With the balance broken, Zichen's corporeal world collapsed. However, it was precisely because this sliver of power had only been injected that it wasn't very powerful. Although it had collapsed the corporeal world, the speed at which it collapsed wasn't fast either. If the corporeal world was compared to a continent, then this continent was currently collapsing layer by layer from the outside like the inside. When the corporeal world collapsed, an even purer power emerged. This power surpassed the limits of what Zichen could withstand before, but it was still within the range of Zichen's spiritual senses. Zichen opened his eyes. There was a hint of joy in his bright black eyes. This was because at this moment, the moment the corporeal world collapsed, he had already broken through to the late-stage corporeal realm. Although Zichen's realm was almost negligible to the cultivators of the manor domain, where the average realm was at the domain realm, Zichen's battle prowess had greatly increased after his breakthrough. His realm could be ignored, but his battle prowess would definitely shock everyone. This sliver of power had triggered a breakthrough in his realm, but this wasn't the real end. When the corporeal world completely collapsed and reformed, that would be the real end of the transformation triggered by the sliver of power. When that happened, Zichen's realm would reach the domain realm. During this period, all Zichen needed to do was wait for the corporeal world to reform after it collapsed. His corporeal world was constantly changing, and Zichen's strength was constantly improving. Once the changes stopped, it meant that the breakthrough was over. 2 million luck points had helped him break through to the domain realm. Zichen felt that it was worth it. It was too worth it. While Zichen and the others were in seclusion, the news of Zichen killing Lu Yuan spread at an extremely fast speed. During this period, no one could ignore the city Zichen was in. One's glory and one's disgrace were closely related to one city. While everyone was shocked by Huping City's desperate counterattack, Lu Zongqing naturally became the target of ridicule. After all, the rise of Huping City's cultivators was because they had stepped on them. In addition to Lu Zongqing, news about the forces that Huping City's cultivators had massacred on the 9th floor of the Serene Tower also spread. For a time, almost all the cultivators on this floor were talking about the few people from Huping City. In an instant, Huping City's reputation reached the limit of this level. Man sure had been staying at the trading point. He still had a lot of luck points on him. So after a few days, the trading volume was also quite high. Because of this bounty, the forces that had originally hidden their tokens reopened them. This was because they were afraid that other forces would treat them as Lu Zongqing's people and kill them. The temptation of luck points was already very great. In addition, there were no rules in this world. Even Lu Yuan had been killed, so it was undoubtedly a joke for Lu Zongqing's people to use the city's ranking to suppress others. As a result, in the following battles, many forces attacked Lu Zongqing's cultivators. The first was that after killing them, he could obtain their items and their original luck points. The second was that their heads could be exchanged for 1,000 luck points. As the battle became more and more intense, Lu Zongqing's cultivators who stayed in this area also suffered heavy casualties. In desperation, they could only choose to enter the next floor. Although they were not prepared and the casualty rate on the next floor was higher, it was still better than being killed here. However, they never expected that there were still many people guarding the entrance. Thus, another great battle broke out. After leaving behind many corpses, Lu Zongqing's cultivators also killed a bloody path and entered the next floor. However, they were more or less injured. Even if they entered the next floor, they would probably die. In just a few days, Lu Zongqing's cultivators could no longer be seen on this floor. When Xueming heard this news, he also shook his head repeatedly. At the same time, he secretly cursed the leader for being a brainless person. For the sake of so-called face, he turned a good ally into an enemy, resulting in heavy casualties. A large part of the reason why Lu Zongqing's people were dissatisfied with Zichen and the others was actually because of Zichen's threat back then. At that time, they had given in. However, when they thought about how they were threatened by the people of Huping City and how they were led by their people, they felt uncomfortable in their hearts. As a result, once they had the chance, they would speak up and reveal their identity. After reaching this floor, they believed that they had an expert who could compare to Zichen, so they were even less afraid of Zichen and the others. Actually, this was the so-called pride at work and face at work. To Xueming, it was an extremely normal thing to want face and self-esteem. However, the prerequisite was that you had to have the corresponding strength. If not, Lu Zongqing was the best lesson. As for the other forces who were dissatisfied but deliberately suppressed them, they were all secretly relieved. Fortunately, it was not them who stood up, but Lu Zongqing. Ziqin had killed Lu Yuan, who was said to be comparable to a high-level life form. His battle strength had already reached the peak of this floor. Such an existence was high and mighty, so if there were forces who wanted to curry favor with him, they would need to consider themselves. Even if they saw the location of the main hall where Ziqin lived, they still hesitated and did not go up to befriend him. This naturally included Shui and City, where Xueming lived. In fact, Zichen was no longer in the main hall. After breaking through, Zichen went into seclusion for 2 days. He left the main hall and began to set foot in this place. He still had close to 1 million luck points. This number was still huge, so he planned to try his luck here and see if he could find some opportunities. During this period, he set foot in many places and felt some special fluctuations. However, after entering, he gained nothing. Of course, it was not that there were no opportunities here, but that Zichen had come a step too late and the opportunities had been taken away in advance. Boom! A surge of energy swept out. Zichen met an opponent who was on par with him. It was a guardian beast with great strength. After using almost all of his methods to kill this beast, Zichen found that this place of opportunity was still empty. On this floor, Zichen also encountered some other powerful existences, but after trying his best to kill them, he gained nothing. Zichen's expression became more and more solemn. This was not because of the gains, but because of those powerful guardians. Such powerful existences could be killed, and when the other party killed them for the first time, it was obvious that the guardian was stronger. There are high-level life forms here, and there must be a lot of them. Chapter 1425. This was the 5th floor of Tongyu Tower. Everyone who entered Tongyu Tower would gather on this floor. It could be said that this was a place where all the powers converged, including the first ranked Shantian city and the last ranked Huping city. As long as one moved forward, they would meet here. Even the 64th ranked Lu Zongqing had Lu Yuan, who was comparable to a higher life form. Naturally, the higher-ranked cities would have truly powerful existences. Zichen had never truly fought with a higher life form, but he already knew how terrifying they were. From the traces of the battle, Lu Yuan's claim that he could fight 300 rounds with a higher life form was just a joke. After learning this, Zichen continued forward. Along the way, he encountered many ruins and went on a killing spree. Although he did not gain anything during this time, Zichen focused on honing his battle skills and sensing the true strength of higher life forms. As he passed by a mountain range, Zichen saw a huge claw mark. This claw mark pierced through several mountains and deeply imprinted into the ground. The battle had already ended and a long time had passed, but there was still a lingering aura surging from this claw mark. Zichen could see through the lingering aura of that battle. It was a huge beast claw that tore through space, pierced through the mountains, and imprinted into the ground. As for the enemy, it had already been smashed to pieces by this claw. More than 10 miles away, Zichen saw another mountain that had been pierced through. This time it was not a beast claw, but a fist aura. 1,000 miles away, a series of mountains had been neatly shaved off. Looking at the traces, it was not caused by a sword, but more like a steel whip or the tail of a powerful beast. In short, there were many traces of battle here. Some of them made even Zichen's heart palpitate when he saw them. One could imagine that while Zichen was searching for opportunities on the 9th floor, a battle between higher life forms had broken out here. Zichen walked through mountains, rivers, and continuous mountain ranges. He saw many empty ruins and traces of battle. During this time, there were still some remaining guardians who would fight with Zichen. Zichen's battle skills improved in battle, and his strength also increased at any time. Zichen was gone for an entire month. In the trading area, Manshur had already closed his stall half a month ago because there were no traces of Shui and City cultivators on this floor. Following that, Manshur tried to place a bounty on the cultivators of Yanba Castle, Wanyuan City and Miaodongcheng, but the effect was minimal. All the cultivators from Yanba Castle had been killed. As for Wan Yuanqing and Miaodongcheng, they left after hearing about the feud with Hu Pingqing and Lu Zongqing's fate. Ziqin and the others had all found suitable king-level spirit weapons and were armed to the teeth. There was no longer any meaning in staying here. A month later, Ziqin returned. Wu Xie and the others were already waiting for him. Looking at their bursting spirits, it was obvious that each of them had gained a lot in this month. Let's go. Without saying much, Ziqin and the others walked toward the exit of this floor and the entrance to the next floor. The cultivators on the 5th floor entered the 4th floor. Soon, the forces that stayed on the 5th floor all knew about what had happened there. Among them were cultivators from Lu Zongqing, Wan Yuancheng, and Miaodongcheng. When the cultivators from the 3 forces heard this, they were furious. How dare a mere Hu Pingqing challenge our Wan Yuancheng? How dare they bully our Miaodongcheng cultivators? Hu Pingqing and the others must die. Kill anyone you see. The cultivators from the 3 forces were completely enraged. There were some true experts among them. However, after hearing about the battle of Hu Pingqing and the others, they became more cautious. Ziqin and the others arrived at the 4th floor. Compared to the other 2 floors, this floor was desolate and dilapidated. The forest here had collapsed. Many ancient trees were broken, and the mountain peaks were cut off. The power of heaven and earth was very chaotic. It could be seen that this place used to be a thriving scene, but it was destroyed by a great battle. Judging from the traces of the battle, it must have been very fierce. There must have been more than one powerful existence involved. I wonder what good stuff they found here. How did they end up fighting like this? Everyone sighed as they looked at the dilapidated environment around them. They forcibly turned such a beautiful place into a dilapidated state. If they were not enemies, then they were fighting over something. This was the domain Manor Realm. Obviously, the latter was more likely. Looks like we're late again. The possibility of obtaining good stuff here is very low, Ziqin said calmly as he shook his head. It's fine if we don't have anything. Let's hurry and find the entrance to the lower floor. Maybe we can still make it in time, Manshur said anxiously. Ziqin and the others had gained a lot in the trading area on the previous floor. Even if they did not gain anything here, they would not care. There's someone there. He should know where the entrance is, Wu Xie said as he pointed at a human cultivator in the distance. At that moment, the human cultivator also saw Wu Xie and the others. He was startled. Then he turned around and left without saying anything. Don't go. Manshur shouted and chased after him. However, the cultivator in front of them was not slow. Manshur could not catch up to him in a short time. There must be other people in the place he ran to. Let's follow him. Wu Xie did not wait for a reply and followed closely behind. Ziqin looked at the place where the 2 disappeared and said calmly, Let's go and take a look. The group followed them, but they did not move quickly. The fleeing cultivator was not slow. Manshur chased after him for a long time, but still could not catch up to him. Obviously, Manshur was angry that he could not catch up to the other party. He planned to compete with the other party in terms of speed. Manshur, you're really stupid. Behind them, Wu Xie would provoke him from time to time. Manshur could not take it anymore. All right, stop. Ziqin's voice suddenly came from behind. His voice was like a thunderclap. Wu Xie and Manshur, who were moving forward, obviously heard Ziqin's voice. The 2 of them subconsciously stopped. Then they turned around and looked at Ziqin in confusion. Looking at Ziqin, Manshur asked in confusion, Why did you stop? Ziqin's indifferent eyes were filled with coldness. He gestured for Manshur to look to the front and said, Look, didn't he also stop? This. Sure enough, Manshur saw that the other party also stopped and turned around to look at him. His expression was very calm. There was not the slightest trace of panic. He did it on purpose. Manshur suddenly realized. Then he became furious. Wu Xia also came to his senses, and his face turned ashen. Obviously, it was not a coincidence that they could meet a human cultivator whose speed was comparable to Manshur's. It was the other party's intention. Who would scheme against them? With just a little thought in his heart, he could guess. Come out. Zi Chen's gaze swept around. His cold voice resounded through heaven and earth. However, the heaven and earth were empty. No one appeared. Only Zi Chen's voice echoed. In front, the cultivator had not left. However, after hearing Zi Chen's words, his expression changed slightly. The echoing voice disappeared. The heaven and earth were still silent. If you have the guts to scheme against me, don't you have the guts to come out? Zi Chen's indifferent expression contained a hint of ridicule. Unfortunately, only his voice echoed in the surroundings. What are you saying? The cultivator in front finally spoke. It's fine if you don't understand. Can you tell us where the exit to this floor is? Zi Chen asked coldly. It's right in front. If you have the ability, you can go. The cultivator pointed behind him. No, it's fine here. It just so happens that I recently had an epiphany. I need to go into seclusion for a few days. As he spoke, Zi Chen sat on the ground. It was as if he really had an epiphany and was going into seclusion. When the others saw this, they followed suit. Obviously, at this moment, Shang Guanhong and the others had also guessed Zi Chen's intentions. Since the other party had come prepared, they had naturally already calculated. After going into seclusion last time, they were full of confidence in their own combat strength. Zi Chen, in particular, was comparable to a high-level life form. However, in this world, there was another kind of existence. Although not very powerful, they were definitely not to be ignored. That was the human array master. Once an array master set up an array master in advance, he would be almost invincible among those of the same level. Especially after reaching the domain realm, a king array master would not need to spend time to set up. However, if it really took a lot of time, the power of the king array master would naturally be incomparably powerful. Zi Chen and the others sat cross-legged. It seemed that they did not intend to go forward. A hint of anger flashed in the cultivator's eyes because they were only a short distance away from the planned destination. However, the other party did not move forward. Just as the cultivator did not know how to deal with this matter, an indifferent voice sounded in this world. As expected of someone who dares to challenge our 10,000 origin city. Not to mention his strength, just his vigilance is already very good. As the voice rang out, a figure appeared behind the cultivator. Following the appearance of this figure, a few other cultivators also appeared. In the blink of an eye, the number of these cultivators exceeded 200. Zi Chen, who had not really gone into seclusion, also opened his eyes. After seeing the cultivators in front of him, he sighed and said, "It seems that another fierce battle is about to start. If he only has vigilance, he will still die today if he does not have strength." In another location, a group of cultivators also appeared. These people represented the city of Miao, Dongqing. He killed Lu Yuan and many of our Lu Zongqing's people. His battle strength is not weak. An obviously angry voice sounded. The people of Lu Zongqing had also appeared. The aura that surged around the young man in the lead was even stronger than Lu Yuan's. From the meaning of his words, it was obvious that he was stronger than Lu Yuan. The three forces appeared from three directions. It seemed that they had formed some kind of encirclement formation. Unfortunately, Zi Chen did not fall for it and did not move forward. Chapter 14:26. The three forces were composed of people from the three cities. However, unlike before, the city of the three forces was replaced by Lu Zongqing instead of Yanba Castle. Moreover, there were more experts among these people. Among them, there were dozens of middle-stage, first domain realm cultivators. Moreover, Looking at the confident expressions of the leaders, their combat strength should have reached the level of high-level life forms. It could be said that they were even stronger than Lu Yuan back then. After learning what had happened in their city, they were angry but did not underestimate Ziqin and his group. Therefore, they deliberately set up a huge formation here. However, they did not expect that Ziqin would detect it in advance. However, out of confidence in their own combat strength, they showed up directly. With the sudden appearance of hundreds of people, some cultivators who passed by saw this scene, could not help but change their expressions and quickly left. After a while, many cultivators from other forces came. These people were obviously here to join in the fun. As expected, they were detected in advance. Among the group, there was Xueming, whom Ziqin knew. He had come to this area earlier than Ziqin. The three forces had mobilized hundreds of people at once. This was a big movement, so they naturally knew the intentions of the three forces. The most important reason for being able to arrive here so quickly was that they were nearby. Xueming intended to remind Ziqin, but unfortunately he did not have the chance. This place had long been blocked by the three forces. Although the three forces were full of confidence this time, in Xueming's opinion, it was really difficult to kill Ziqin. This was because he was not stupid enough to think that Ziqin, who had a lot of luck points, would not be able to find anything on the upper level. Seeing that Ziqin and his group were not within the range of the huge formation, he guessed that Ziqin had detected the abnormality in advance. Indeed, after being schemed against several times, he naturally had to be careful. In addition to the three forces, many other forces had arrived. Most of their cities were ranked in the top 60. Some had just entered this level, while others had stayed on this level for a long time. However, whether it was the former or the latter, they had the same idea and purpose this time. His goal was to finish watching this battle. As for his next goal, it was to enter the third level together. Due to certain reasons, the cleaning process of this floor was even cleaner than the previous floor. Wanting to find a fortuitous encounter here was undoubtedly a fool's dream. There were many factions in the crowd in the outer area. Naturally, there were also many faction leaders. All of them looked at Hu Pingcheng's group, which was surrounded by three factions in the sky. Some were indifferent, some were curious, and some acted as though they were waiting to watch a good show. In short, all of them had different expressions. One of the leaders of a force ranked in the 40s looked at Ziqin and the others and said indifferently, "This time Hu Ping and the others are probably in danger." A muscular man at the side said, "Last time, because of a piece of psychic region crystal that fell from the sky, the higher life forms went all out, almost causing this area to collapse. Many ruins were shattered by the energy shock waves, and there are countless ruins and resources in this world." Yeah, that battle was indeed terrifying. However, it was also because of that battle that many higher life forms had no time to think about other things. That's why many people were able to take advantage of the situation and possess battle prowess comparable to higher life forms. Someone recalled the battle back then and sighed. Not only were there higher life forms fighting in that battle, but there were also other factions that went all out because of the appearance of ruins and resources. In just 7 days, this floor was completely cleaned out. As for the others, they were unwilling to give up. They wanted to see if there was anything they could pick up. A comparison is a comparison in the end. Only after seeing true higher life forms and seeing them fight with their full strength will you know how laughable this comparison sounds, someone said disapprovingly. There were not many people who knew about the battle back then. Most of them were just rumors. However, only those who had truly witnessed the battle knew how terrifying higher life forms were. I know about the people from Hu Pingcheng. Only 2 of them possess battle prowess comparable to higher life forms. As for the others, although they aren't weak, they're still a bit away from being comparable to higher life forms. It's no wonder that these 3 factions dared to show themselves. There are probably a few people in their group who are comparable to higher life forms. Apart from that, their numbers are far greater than those from Hu Pingcheng. Huping City has always been at the end of its lifespan. It's almost a miracle to see it in the depths of the Manor Realm. It wasn't easy for a few decent cultivators to appear this time, and they've come so far. I didn't expect them to die here. They can only blame themselves for being too greedy and provoking existences that they shouldn't have. While they were discussing animatedly, Zi-Chun and the others had already been completely surrounded in front of them. The hatred between the two parties had reached the point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Hence, there was not much to say after meeting, and there were no meaningless threats. Both parties would not rest until one of them was dead. Zi-Chun glanced around and said coldly, "This time, don't let a single one of them go. Indeed, don't let a single one of them go." Man Shi and Wu Xia's eyes were also filled with a murderous glint. Shang Guanhong took out the sword that she had exchanged for with her luck points. A weapon spirit appeared on the sword. Dong Qing summoned all the battle beasts that were still alive. At the same time, she sat on the back of the Aurora Pegasus. Her beautiful eyes were already emitting a cold light. The others were also ready. The battle could begin at any time. Kill! The leaders of the three factions waved their hands in unison. Cold, murderous voices resounded between heaven and earth. Kill! The earth-shattering, murderous voices rang out. Hundreds of people shouted in unison. Then, the domain weapons began to shine. Waves of energy began to vibrate in the sky. Everyone attacked together. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zi-Chun and the others turned into streams of light and rushed forward. The battle began. As Zi-Chun and the others rushed forward, attacks fell from all directions. As they dodged, Zi-Chun and the others were separated and then surrounded by their own groups. Obviously, the three factions wanted to defeat them one by one. Hundreds of people surrounded Zi-Chun and the others. Among them, almost all the experts who are as strong as high-level life forms were with Zi-Chun and Hammer. Kill them all. Let's end this quickly. Facing the cold gazes from all around, Zi-Chun shouted loudly. His voice spread far and wide. This Zi-Chun is still so confident at this moment. I wonder if his battle strength is really strong or if he's just pretending. He's still so arrogant at this moment. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Someone in the distance heard Zi-Chun's shout and murmur. The battle had already begun. More people chose to remain silent and looked forward. A light flashed and a cultivator appeared in front of Zi-Chun. He was from 10,000 Origin City. He didn't hide the city number on his body. He held a long saber in his hand and looked at Zi-Chun coldly. A powerful aura surged around him. As the leader of Huping City, Zi-Chun was the focus of almost everyone's attention. Therefore, as soon as the cultivator appeared, someone revealed his identity. That's Wan Kai from 10,000 Origin City. Back then, when the high-level life forms were fighting, he picked up an opportunity and greatly increased his battle strength. That's why he's comparable to a high-level life form. Wan Yuan is considered the second strongest person in 10,000 Origin City. His battle strength is much stronger than Lu Yuan's. Zi-Chun can kill Lu Yuan. His battle strength should be about the same as Wan Kai's. The two of them should be evenly matched. The powerful aura surging around Wan Kai stirred up space, causing it to constantly distort. Die! He took a step forward and slashed down with his saber. His cold words resounded through the world. The long saber flashed with a dazzling light. That's not how you use a saber. Facing such a powerful saber, Zi-Chun coldly snorted. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He exerted force in his hand and suddenly pulled out his saber. Whoosh! A clear and loud saber sound resounded in the world. A dazzling light appeared in everyone's sight. The moment the light appeared, there was no other light in the world. The dazzling light split into 9 as soon as it appeared. It was as if a dazzling 9-bone fan had opened. 9 was an extreme number that represented the extreme of heaven. For example, The 9 heavens of the domain realm represented a certain limit of power. It was the same when it came to combat skills. When the saber drawing technique split into 9, it was the limit of a stage. It meant that Zi Chen's saber technique had reached the current peak. The power of this attack was very powerful. In addition to the power of the saber drawing technique, Zi Chen's attack also had a cold saber edge. It was the soul of the blade golden-eyed beast. After it appeared, it transformed into its true form and merged into the long saber. The powerful saber intent was also released. The saber light was dazzling, powerful, and terrifying. The saber light flashed 9 times in succession. It looked as if there were 9 saber lights. When the 2 attacks collided, the light of Wan Kai's attack instantly dimmed. Then, the saber light swept past Wan Kai's long saber. A clear crack sounded. After cutting the domain weapon, the saber light flashed again and disappeared. The long saber returned to its scabbard. Zi Qin, who was standing in front of Wan Kai, was now 1 meter behind him. His cold gaze was fixed on the second existence in 10,000 Origin City that was comparable to a high-level life form. There was obvious disbelief in his opponent's eyes. Wan Kai, who was fighting with Zi Qin, had his long saber split into 2. The upper half fell to the ground and reflected the light. Wan Kai was still in an attacking posture. His body stopped in midair, as if someone had used the body-fixing technique on him. He was motionless. A wisp of energy turned into a hurricane that blew past. It rolled up Wan Kai's clothes. A line of blood appeared on Wan Kai's body. The line of blood extended from his right rib to his left shoulder. As the line of blood extended, blood began to spray. Wan Kai's complete body suddenly separated from the line of blood and fell to the ground. 1/dead. Outside the battlefield, the expressions of the cultivators who saw this changed drastically. There was deep shock on their faces. Chapter 14:27. He was dead. Wan Kai, a powerful expert from 10,000 Origin City, who was comparable to a high-level life form, died just like that. Moreover, he was killed with a single slash. Wan Kai was an existence comparable to a high-level life form. He could fight 300 rounds with a high-level life form. How could he be killed with a single slash? The world was silent. At this moment, everyone's mouths were wide open as they looked at the scene in shock. Originally, there were people who said that Zi Qin could be on par with Wan Kai. At this moment, the person who said this was already so shocked that he couldn't say a word. His face was full of disbelief. In the eyes of the crowd, this scene was simply unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of them. Wan Kai was already dead. In the periphery, everyone who saw Zi Chen's attack was too shocked to say a word. However, there were still others on the battlefield who made a move. A powerful aura spread out from another direction. As this powerful and suffocating aura emerged, everyone who was still in shock turned their heads mechanically and looked in the direction where the aura was surging. A gigantic black shadow appeared in the sky. The shadow was like a gigantic mountain, but it wasn't a real mountain. It was the head of a hammer. If the head of a hammer was like a mountain, then the black hammer could be called a gigantic hammer. On the giant hammer, there was a dark energy. The terrifying and suffocating aura came from this giant hammer. The giant hammer tore through space and fell from the sky with a vast and powerful aura. It smashed towards a powerful existence comparable to a high-level life form in Miao Dongqing below. Seeing Miao Dongqing's existence, some cultivators' pupils shrank subconsciously. This was because they recognized this person, Miao Chong, who was comparable to a high-level life form. Although he was lucky enough to pick up some scraps back then, his combat strength was undeniably powerful. This was because he once fought 300 rounds with someone of the same level. That person of the same level came in with a high-level life form. At that time, the other party said with great certainty that Miao Chong had combat strength comparable to a high-level life form. Miao Chong looked up at the falling giant hammer and shouted. His black hair danced wildly, and his body was surging with power. He held a long spear in his hand, and the spear's body was flashing with a red light. He used the momentum of man and spear to fly up into the sky and toward the giant hammer. The giant hammer was imposing, but the crimson long spear was also filled with a powerful aura. Seeing this, the owner of the giant hammer sneered coldly. Boom! As the giant hammer fell, the heavens and earth began to tremble. The moment the giant hammer fell, it brought the long red spear down towards the mountain peak below. With a loud bang, the mountain peak was instantly shattered. Immediately after, it fell towards the ground. In the midst of the surging energy, a huge crater appeared on the ground. In the deep pit, there were still ripples of power surging. As for Miao Chong, he was nowhere to be found. Everyone was in a daze. The powerful Miao Chong couldn't have been killed in one hit, right? They looked up and saw the figure. Like Ziqin, he was wearing a black robe, but he looked much colder than Ziqin. At this moment, he was holding a small black hammer in his hand. It was very difficult for the crowd to compare this black hammer to the enormous hammerhead from before. Some people recognized that this was the trash they were talking about, but it was something that was bought by the other party with 1,000,000 luck points. They didn't expect it to be so powerful at this moment. Their expressions became complicated. On the ground, in the bottomless pit, there was a blurry figure. It was said to be blurry because the figure was almost shapeless. One could barely recognize that it was a person. Next to the blurry figure was a broken weapon. It was the long spear that Miao Chong was holding just now. As for Miao Dong himself, he was naturally not breathing. The battlefield completely stopped because of the giant hammer's movement. Everyone waited for a long time, but Miao Chong didn't appear. Cultivator Miao Dongqing's expression couldn't help but change. He had a bad feeling in his heart. In the sky, the heavy hammer said indifferently, "There's no need to wait. He's dead." Everyone was in an uproar. Another existence comparable to a high-level life form was killed in one hit. This time, everyone's faces were filled with horror. This was because on the side of the three forces, there were only 7 people comparable to high-level life forms. However, as soon as the battle began, 2 of them had died. The expressions of the cultivators of the 3 forces were very ugly, especially Wan Yuancheng and Miao Dongqing. Because of the loss of 2 powerful existences, they were very sad. However, at this moment, the arrow was already knocked on the string. It had to be fired. The 2 sides were already at war, so there was naturally no such thing as reconciliation. Kill. A high-level life form said coldly. Swoosh. At this moment, Ziqin had already rushed to the second powerful existence. Holding the long saber tightly, he exerted force with his right hand and pulled it out again. Clang! The blade light appeared once again, but it did not manage to kill the person. A long sword blocked the blade, light midway. Although the powerful attack of 1 becomes 9 was neutralized and saved the life of the powerful existence, the owner of the long sword was forced to take 4 or 5 steps back. There was also blood on the part of his right hand that was holding the sword. This person was the leader of Wan Yuancheng. He wore a flaming armor and held a glowing sword in his hand. There was a hint of surprise in his cold eyes. Obviously, after fighting with Ziqin once, he realized how powerful his opponent was. Swoosh! Ziqin took a step forward and unsheathed the long saber in his hand. At the same time, a dragon shadow rushed out from Ziqin's body and turned into a silver light that spread out in all directions. The dragon shadow silver light was naturally the dragon's soul spear. At this moment, except for the reality that was still changing, Ziqin had decided to use all his means to kill everyone, and he was also prepared to settle all his grudges here. In the distance, the people looked at the battle in the sky with shock. Although this battle wasn't as powerful as the high-level life form battle, it was definitely far more tragic than that battle. Pooh! 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 The dragon soul spear sometimes turned into a spear light, sometimes into a dragon soul, and swept towards the surrounding cultivators. Wherever the silver light passed, the cultivators' bodies were pierced and their souls were destroyed. The dragon soul spear was truly comparable to a high-level life form. After it rushed into the battlefield, it was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. It began to wantonly kill, and few people could stop its attacks. Looking at the dragon shadow that appeared, everyone couldn't help but be stunned again. It was too powerful. It was just a king-level spiritual weapon, but it was actually so powerful. While the dragon soul spear was wantonly slaughtering, Zichen and the boss of 10,000 Origin City were also engaged in a fierce battle. Light flashed between heaven and earth from time to time, and saber light and sword chi also appeared frequently, tearing the void and circulating with a terrifying aura. Pum! Wu Xie's body exploded, and in front of him, an existence comparable to a high-level life form laughed loudly. However, the laughter came to an abrupt end in the next moment. Wu Xie's body, which had just exploded, reformed again, and then a sharp blade pierced the opponent's chest. This was the third high-level life form to die so far in the battle. A green sword light descended from the sky and killed several domain realm cultivators. The owner of the sword light was Shang Guanhong. On the battlefield there were occasional beast roars, which were Dong Qing summoned beasts, which were roaming the battlefield and killing. In this battle, the strength that Zichen and the others had displayed was still incomparably powerful. Everyone present couldn't help but sigh. Of course, this battle was also extremely tragic. In the battle, Zichen coughed up blood and flew backward. The shining saber light flashed, and the boss of 10,000 Origin City had one of his arms cut off. There was a look of shock on his pale face. Dazzling lightning flashed, and Zichen rushed forward again. His strong physique helped him neutralize many powerful and fatal attacks. At the same time, Zichen's reality world, which could be opened at any time, provided him with endless power. It could be said that Zichen was now a human-shaped machine, and he wasn't afraid of any consumption. Zichen coughed up blood again, and the lightning defense around him was shattered. His body flew backward again. This time, his strong physique couldn't protect him. He was injured, but the price he paid was to kill the boss of 10,000 Origin City. At this moment, the cultivators of 10,000 Origin City were like a pack of wolves without a leader. Just as Zichen cut down the fourth existence that was comparable to a higher life form, on the other side, the pitch-black sledgehammer stirred up a crazy power. Immediately after, the sledgehammer fell, and the fifth existence that was comparable to a higher life form was killed by the sledgehammer. This battle was very intense and also very bitter. In the sky, a rain of blood fell. Zichen was injured, Sledgehammer was injured, Shang Guanhong was injured. Almost everyone was injured. The remaining mountains and rivers exploded, and the damaged mountain peaks were flattened. Deep craters appeared on the ground, and the energy of heaven and earth became even more chaotic. The battle was over. Zichen and the others had killed everyone from the three forces, and the price they had paid was varying degrees of injuries. This battle brought too great of a shock to the crowd. The cultivators who were still paying attention to the rankings of the cities were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Zichen stood in the air, and the lightning defense around him had already dimmed. Drops of blood flowed down the corner of his clothes. He had killed many people in this battle, and he was like a god of death. The world was silent, and there was only a strong smell of blood. On the ground, blood gathered in the low-lying areas like small lakes, rippling with a dazzling bloody light. The light flashed, and the 9 injured people gathered together and stood in the air. Zichen's cold gaze swept across the distance, and everyone avoided his gaze, not daring to look at him. The 3 forces were slaughtered, and Zichen believed that no other forces would dare to cause trouble for them. Hu Ping City's reputation would rise after this battle. Zichen had indeed intimidated everyone, and no one dared to look down on Hu Ping City. Suddenly, the space where Zichen was standing began to distort, and ripples spread out. Then, a light gate appeared in front of him. There was a layer of restriction outside the light gate, and no one could enter. Chapter 1428. The battle had ended long ago, but the world was still raining blood. Zichen and the others stood in the air. Their bodies were stained with blood, and their eyes were cold. Their bodies emitted an unconcealable murderous aura, like Azura killing gods. The people in the distance were all shocked. The world was unusually quiet, and no one dared to act rashly. If it ended like this, Zichen and the others would immediately find a place to heal. However, just as Zichen was about to leave, a door of light appeared in front of him. The door of light was so bright and eye-catching that it attracted everyone's attention the moment it appeared. Then, an object appeared from the door of light. The object emitted a bright light, brighter and more eye-catching than the door of light. Even through the door of light, everyone could still feel some characteristics of the luminous object. It was lively and full of vitality. The eyes of the onlookers, who were still in shock, lit up when they saw the luminous object in the door of light. Many people's eyes began to shine, and their breathing became rapid. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. Obviously, these people recognized the luminous object at a glance. That day, a battle broke out between the higher life forms because of this luminous object. At first, the higher life forms said that it was the psychic domain core. Later, they called it the psychic domain crystal. Among the crowd, the cultivators who had stayed until now exclaimed when they saw the luminous object. The others didn't know what it was, but they knew very well that the higher life forms broke out in a battle because of something and almost sank this level. An existence that the higher life forms were willing to risk their lives for was obviously something good. Therefore, the eyes of those who were originally shocked by the combat power of Zichen and the others and determined to befriend them reignited with fighting spirit. As the fighting spirit rose, the aura of this area became extremely oppressive. That's the psychic domain core. The moment he saw the luminous object, Hammer's pupil shrank, and he exclaimed in a low voice. Zichen's expression froze. He had heard about the psychic domain core from Hammer. At this moment, looking at the luminous object, it was indeed lively and full of vitality. Manshur and the rest had puzzled looks on their faces. They did not understand what the common spirit region core was. Naturally, now was not the time to explain. Neither Zichen nor Hammer had any intention of explaining themselves. After all, the domain heart of channeling was not something that could be explained in a few words. Although they didn't hear the explanation, Manshur and the others understood that this was definitely a good item when they sensed the battle intent rising from all directions. The door of light appeared, but it did not solidify. Therefore, Zichen was unable to obtain the object of light within. His heartbeat sped up, and he even had the thought of fighting for it. No, it's not the spirit linking domain core. From the looks of it, it should be some kind of crystal. Although it has a powerful effect, it can't be compared to the spirit linking domain core. Chong Chue said again. There was a trace of disappointment in his words. Zichen was also a little disappointed, but that didn't stop him from wanting it. Immediately after, cries of surprise rang out from all around. Amidst these cries of surprise, Zichen and the others also heard that such a thing had appeared before. What came next surprised them. The reason why this area was so dilapidated was actually because of this item. Even the higher life forms are fighting. Seems like it's indeed a good item. Wu Xia licked his lips, and the expression on his face became increasingly evil. Looks like we'll have to fight another fierce battle. Zichen's gaze was still cold. He could feel the battle intent rising from all around him. Then he slowly took out a few drops of king-level origin fluid and swallowed them. He said, "Man Shur, Guwin, Yuan Shurchung, the three of you go and clean up the battlefield." The three of them nodded and descended from the sky to clean up the battlefield. Zichen closed his eyes and said indifferently, "Heal." Behind Zichen, Shang Guanhong and the others sat cross-legged in the air and began to heal their injuries, gazing at Zichen, who was standing in the air, as well as the other people who were sitting cross-legged behind him. The expressions of the leaders of those forces turned solemn. Clearly, Zichen was making it clear that he was going to take the channeling realm crystal. In fact, he didn't need to show his attitude at all because no one was willing to miss out on such an item. Someone moved. He merely took a step forward. However, this one step triggered a chain reaction. Even more people began to move. Battle intent rose from these people, and they began to close in on Zichen and the others. Manshur and the other two who were cleaning up the battlefield paused and looked coldly at the approaching humans. "Continue." Zichen's indifferent voice was heard. Manshur snorted and ignored them. He began to clean up the battlefield as if there was no one else around. Many cultivators were approaching, but there were still some who remained where they were. These cultivators were either intimidated or had other thoughts in their minds. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, there were still many people like this. "Why don't you let them go forward?" In Xue and Cheng's direction, a middle-aged man looked at Xue Ming and asked. Xue Ming looked at Zichen, who had his eyes closed, and said, "I have been with him all this time, and I have never been able to see through him. He has always been able to resolve a life-or-death situation. That's all." Do you think he can still snatch the psychic domain crystal in such a situation? The middle-aged man's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Xue Ming shook his head and said, "Of course not. Most importantly, I know Zichen. Although the psychic domain crystal is very attractive, if he has to choose between his companions, he will naturally choose his companions, let alone the psychic domain crystal. Even if something more valuable was placed here, he would give it up without hesitation as long as it involved the life and death of his companions. However, he didn't give it up at this moment. Naturally, he isn't worried about the life and death of his companions." Xue Ming's words ended here. Everyone was smart and didn't need to be too explicit. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Could it be that he still has some kind of trump card that allows him to ignore everyone?" Xue Ming spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. After a short conversation, those people walked very far away, and their speed was getting faster and faster. However, just as they were about to step into the battlefield, Zichen's indifferent voice rang out between heaven and earth. "Those who step into the battlefield will be killed without mercy." Zichen's eyes were still closed, but his tone was extremely cold. This was considered a threat, but it was also an underestimation. Many people were angry. Swoosh! A ray of light rushed out from Zichen's body. It was a dazzling silver light. It was the Dragon Soul Spear that had previously slaughtered many domain realm cultivators. The Dragon Soul Spear manifested a dragon shadow in the air. This dragon shadow was actually the true Dragon Soul. At this moment, as the true Dragon Soul appeared, waves of dragon power spread out from it. This dragon power was very strong, but it wasn't enough to intimidate everyone. A cultivator took a step forward and looked at the Dragon Soul provocatively. Swoosh! The Dragon Soul opened its mouth and spat out a ray of silver light. The silver light was a long spear, and it turned into a ray of lightning that shot toward the cultivator. Puff! The provocative cultivator didn't even have the chance to react before the spear pierced through his glabella. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, provocative cultivators appeared in other directions. Several rays of spear light appeared and pierced through the glabella of several cultivators in different directions. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the leaders of the various forces changed. Obviously, Zichen's weapon had its own consciousness and was already sentient. Not only could it attack on its own, but it also had some powerful means of its own. Although such an item wasn't enough to kill everyone, once everyone charged forward, there would definitely be heavy casualties. Under such circumstances, if they wanted to move forward, only those who were comparable to high-level life forms could do so. While they were hesitating, Manshur and the other two had finished cleaning up the battlefield. Not to mention the luck points obtained this time. Just the items in the spiritual rings were enough to be sold for a very high price in the outside world. After cleaning up the battlefield, Manshur glanced around coldly. Then he returned to Zichen's side and sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. As for Go Win and Go Chong, they were setting up a formation in the air. As the previous battle was mainly a long-range attack, the two of them weren't seriously injured. While they were hesitating, the leaders of the various forces communicated with their eyes. Then they nodded and stepped forward. They stepped into the battlefield, their shoes stained with the blood of the three forces. Zichen opened his eyes at this moment. Two cold bolts of lightning flashed across his eyes. Those who step in must die. Zichen looked at them coldly with an indifferent expression. The long saber in his hand seemed to have sensed its master's killing intent and was trembling at this moment. In the sky, the giant dragon soul looked down at these people indifferently as if it was looking at dead people. There were a total of 13 people who stepped into the battlefield, which meant that all 13 of them were comparable to high-level life forms. The dragon's soul didn't attack them, but those who weren't strong enough were killed by the dragon's soul when they tried to step in. I don't believe that you can take on 13 people by yourself, one of the leaders said coldly. You'll know after you try, Zichen said coldly. At this moment, Hammer opened his eyes and stood up. The hammer in his hand was emitting a black light. Among the group, Zichen and Hammer were the strongest. Among the 13 people in the group, they were the most afraid of the two. Coincidentally, the two of them had finished healing their injuries. The 13 people looked at each other and nodded in tacit agreement. Next, they just had to wait. They were waiting for the luminous object to appear in the light gate, waiting for Zichen to take it away. Yes, they were waiting for Zichen to take the psychic region crystal. This was because only then could the 13 of them be united and attack Zichen without holding back. Only then could they kill Zichen and his companions. Zichen seemed to have guessed the 13 people's plan. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Suddenly, the light gate in front of him emitted a dazzling light. Then the light gate appeared, and the psychic region crystal floated out of the light gate. Seeing the psychic region crystal, the pupils of the 13 people below shrank. However, they were wary and didn't step forward. Chapter 14:29. The psychic region crystal was the size of a fist. It emitted a bright light and was very attractive. This was something that even the high-level life forms fought over. Although they admitted their mistake in the end, this did not affect the value of the psychic region crystal. It was said that under certain circumstances, the psychic region crystal would transform into a true psychic region core. Such a precious item had fallen into Zichen's hands without any surprise. Zichen held the psychic region crystal and then sensed a surge of vitality and rich spiritual power contained in it. He recalled the introduction of the psychic region core and found that the two were very similar. Seeing the psychic region core in Zichen's hand, Shang Guanhong's eyes shone. It is indeed a good item. Hammer nodded and said, the others also sensed the extraordinariness of this item. Zichen held the psychic region crystal in his hand and glanced at the 13 existences comparable to high-level life forms. It was as if he was saying, I've got it, you can make your move. The 13 people looked at each other again and did not immediately make a move. The others in the distance also looked at this side nervously and did not move forward. Zichen's eyes were full of sarcasm. Then, with a flip of his hand, the psychic region crystal in his hand disappeared. The 13 people did not immediately make a move. mainly because they were worried that Zichen would suddenly throw the psychic region crystal away. However, this concern did not exist at all because Zichen would not give away something that he had obtained for free. At this moment, after taking the psychic region crystal, this concern did not exist. The 13 people looked at each other again, and there was a cold, killing intent in their eyes. Obviously, at this moment, they had decided to kill. Before the 13 people made a move, Zichen suddenly moved. He took one step forward, then another, and left his companions. Everyone could not help but look surprised. Seeing this, Shang Guanhong and the others also wanted to follow. Zichen waved his hand and motioned for them to stop. "Don't worry, I will be fine. Big Brother Hammer will guard here. When the situation is bad, we will escape. But before we leave, Big Brother Hammer needs to protect the safety of the others." This was Zichen's voice transmission. Naturally, no one in the outside world could hear it. Zichen's words were firm and confident. Shang Guanhong and the others couldn't refute him, but she couldn't bear to see Zichen go up and fight. Hammer, on the other hand, was looking at Zichen with eyes filled with admiration. Zichen took 100 steps forward and stood in the air. He swept his gaze around and said in an indifferent voice, "The channeling realm crystal is in my hands. If you want it, come at me. You can fight me one-on-one or as a group. If anyone dares to attack my companions, the corpses on the ground will speak for themselves." Many of the leaders narrowed their eyes. Clearly, this was a threat. However, as the leaders, there were many who agreed with this statement. The first 13 people were the same. After exchanging glances with their eyes, they rushed towards Zichen. Zichen was once again surrounded, but this time it was 13 existences comparable to higher life forms. It should be noted that Zichen had only managed to kill 3 higher life forms at the cost of his injuries. This time, however, there were 13 of them. The 13 people stepped forward, but they didn't say that they would spare Zichen's life if he handed over the channeling realm crystal. As for who the channeling realm crystal belonged to, that was a question they would have to consider after Zichen's death. Zichen's body released silver light, which instantly became dazzling. Then, a dazzling pattern of thunder and starlight appeared on his chest. 1-star Thunder King physique was displayed. His physical strength had reached the first stage domain realm. On Zichen's back, a dazzling silver light erupted. The heavenly thunder wings appeared. As the heavenly thunder wings flapped, an extremely strong aura emerged from Zichen's body. This aura directly raised Zichen's realm to the half-step domain realm. He was only 1 step away from the domain realm. Streaks of gold and silver power surged under the Thunder King physique. Thunderous sounds rang out from Zichen's body. The long saber in Zichen's hand trembled with joy and excitement. At this moment, Zichen displayed his powerful strength without holding back. He was going to face the next battle. He was going to face 13 people alone. When the cultivators outside the battlefield saw this scene, they were all shocked. However, in the next moment, everyone thought that Zichen had gone crazy. Although he was very strong, and everyone acknowledged that he definitely couldn't fight 13 people alone. Even though he had displayed a considerable amount of power, he would still die without a doubt. The companions behind Zichen were also very worried. The 13 of them did not give Zichen too much time to react. Just as he displayed his strongest power, they all moved. The 13 people rushed forward together, attacking Zichen's vital points. Facing the attacks, Zichen stood motionless in the air, allowing them to come at him. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't understand why Zichen was doing this. Could it be that he wanted to die? Zichen didn't move, but the lightning wings on his back were flapping rapidly. The frequency of their flapping was also increasing. As the 13 attacks descended, Zichen's body began to flicker. It was as if he was stepping on space veins. He took a step forward, then took another step back. Then he took another step to the left. then another step to the right. Seeing this scene, the eyes of some of the leaders of the forces widened. Because the steps Zichen displayed at this moment seemed to have reached some kind of extreme. In this extreme movement, the attacks almost brushed past Zichen's body. Out of the 13 attacks, Zichen dodged 8 at an extremely fast speed. Then he dodged 3 attacks to his vital points. The last 2 attacks broke through Zichen's defense. One of the attacks pierced through Zichen's shoulder armor, while the other cut open Zichen's flesh. Swoosh! When the attacks of the 13 people fell, Zichen returned to his original position, unsheathing the long saber in his hand. The shining light of the saber slashed across the neck of one person. The latter's pupils suddenly widened. His eyes were filled with horror, and his body rushed back at an extremely fast speed. But it was too late. Just as he retreated, a human head flew high into the air and fell into the distance. One of the 13 people died, and there were 12 left. The long saber returned to its scabbard. The 12 people had already moved away from Zichen. The wave of attacks had ended. On Zichen's shoulder, golden blood flowed out from the wound. On his back there was another wound, and there was already blood on the wound. Zichen paid the price of 2 wounds to kill an existence comparable to a high-level life form. Swoosh! However, such an attack method didn't scare the others. Cold light flashed in their eyes, and they launched a new round of attacks. Zichen held the scabbard in his left hand. The thunder wings on his back flapped, and he began to dodge again. His eyes were calm as he stared at one person. That person felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at by Zichen. His attacks were inevitably slower and weaker because he was afraid that Zichen's next target would be him. Therefore, he reserved his strength for defense. Puff! This time, Zichen's lower abdomen was slashed open, and his squirming internal organs could be vaguely seen. At the same time, a sword aura pierced his calf, causing his body to sway. Then, a saber light slashed across his face. A shallow blood mark appeared between his eyebrows. Fortunately, it was only a scratch. Zichen, who was bending backward, instantly stood up. A light flashed in his calm eyes. Then his right hand that had already been on the hilt exerted force, and the long saber was unsheathed again. The saber light flashed, and the sound of the saber rang out. 9 fan-shaped saber lights unfolded and slashed across the neck of the second expert. Unfortunately, this was not the one that Zichen had been staring at calmly. As the dazzling saber light slashed across, everyone retreated again. There were 11 people left from the 12. The one who had restrained his attack was now glaring at Zichen with an ashen face. Zichen glanced at him, and there seemed to be a hint of mockery in his eyes. Obviously, he had been fooled. Kill! Furious, this person was the first to charge forward. The other 10 people followed closely behind. Puff! This time, the saber light appeared ahead of time. The 9 saber lights drowned this angry cultivator. The brilliance faded and the attack ended. There were only 10 people left from the 11. 3 people had died, and Zichen had many wounds on his body. However, his eyes were still calm. On the other hand, the other 10 people's eyes were twitching involuntarily, and the corners of their mouths were twitching. A bolt of lightning sealed Zichen's lower abdomen. There were squirming internal organs there, and as the organs squirmed, golden blood could be seen flowing. The original Zichen was bathed in scarlet blood, and he looked very ferocious. However, at this moment, Zichen's body was filled with golden blood. The blood was glowing, and he looked like a golden man. The blood was all his own. There was a long sword stabbed into his chest. The long sword completely penetrated his chest and came out from the back. However, this sword could not destroy Zichen in time. The owner of this sword had become a headless corpse. At this moment, there were only 6 people left from the 13 people who had besieged him. The other 7 were all dead. Zi-Chun was covered in wounds. There were very few places on his body that were intact. However, his black eyes were very calm. However, in this calmness, everyone felt a certain ruthlessness and decisiveness. Zi-Chin had killed 7 people. The method he used was very simple, and that was to fight with his life. This was a fighting method that Zi-Chen was very good at. He had used it many times, and it was always effective. This was because his life was tougher than anyone else's. Moreover, he was not afraid of exhaustion, and he was even more unafraid of death. The remaining 6 people were trembling in fear. They did not dare to attack. Zi-Chen suddenly smiled. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He held the scabbard tightly in his left hand and said boldly again. The 6 people were shocked and did not dare to attack again, even if Zi-Chin looked like he could collapse at any time. However, Zi-Chun had been in this state for a long time. He had not collapsed. On the contrary, the people who tried to take advantage of the situation fell one by one. After waiting for a long time, the 6 people did not charge forward. Zi-Chen's calm eyes had a hint of ridicule. Then he put away his scabbard and turned to walk toward his companions. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed in one of the people's eyes. He rushed toward Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen did not seem to notice at all until a sharp sword light reached his back. Chapter 1430. This cultivator's battle prowess was naturally comparable to that of a higher life form. As he thrust out his sword with all his strength, his face was filled with malevolence and madness, especially when he saw that Zi-Chun was not using a saber, but a strange weapon. He felt a sense of joy and pride in his heart. This was because Zi-Chen's attack was aimed at his heart. However, he had a strong defense around him, and his defensive armor was not damaged at all. Compared to his defense that had already been cut open, it was simply heaven and earth. He was confident that this attack could pierce through Zi-Chen's heart, then shatter Zi-Chen's body and kill Zi-Chen. At the same time, he was also very confident in his own defense. He believed that Zi-Chen's attack would not break through his defense at all. The sword light was very close, but Zi-Chen's expression was still calm. The weapon in his hand that looked like a sword but was not a sword, with a long barbed tip, also pierced into the cultivator's heart. The expected scene of attack and defense did not appear. As the barbed tip moved forward, a hole in the void suddenly appeared outside the cultivator's defense. Then the barbed tip pierced into the hole. Pooh! A soft sound suddenly sounded, and the cultivator's body trembled. The barbed tip of the sword stopped 3 inches away from Zi-Chen's heart, and the power contained in it dissipated. There was a hint of astonishment in his ecstatic expression. Then he slowly lowered his head and saw a scene that made him feel disbelief. His defense was not broken at all, but his heart was pierced by a sharp blade. How is this possible? He raised his head again, unable to believe the scene in front of him. When he raised his head, he saw Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen's expression was still calm, but he used a bit of strength in his hand and pulled back the dragon barbed tip. As expected of a powerful foreign race's weapon, this kind of attack that ignored defense was really terrifying. As the dragon barbed tip was pulled out, blood spurted out from the cultivator's heart, and his body fell to the ground. Not far away, the others did not understand what had happened and why he died for no reason. As a result, they became more and more afraid of Zi-Chen. This time, Zi-Chen did not choose to move forward. Instead, he looked coldly at the others and said indifferently again. He held the blade in his left hand and the dragon spike in his right. His whole body was covered in blood that glowed with golden light, as if he was made of gold. The rest of the people averted their eyes, and no one dared to step forward. Channeling region crystals were naturally good stuff, but compared to life was clearly more important. They wouldn't be afraid of Zi-Chen if he was at his peak, but they couldn't kill him in this state of near death. Looking at the hesitant people in front of him, The mockery in Zi Chen's eyes intensified. With a knife in one hand and a spear in the other, he walked straight towards the people in front of him. His pace was slow, but each step was steady. When they saw Zi Chen walking over, their hesitant expressions turned extremely ugly. Obviously, Zi Chen was provoking them, provoking their dignity. It couldn't be considered a provocation, but a complete disregard. Because Zi Chen had disregarded them, their last bit of courage had completely dissipated after the previous cultivator had died under the dragon spike. Zi Chen walked forward and stopped in front of them. The few of them subconsciously opened up a path, completely choosing to avoid him. Zi Chen walked past them and walked out of the battlefield. At the same time, Shang Guanhong and the others followed. Although they were worried about Zi Chen's injuries, in the current situation, they could only follow behind Zi Chen with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They couldn't show the slightest bit of fear or worry. Zi Chen walked past them with his back to them. However, they no longer had the courage to launch a sneak attack and could only let Zi Chen leave. After letting one person go, they naturally didn't care about letting a few more pass. Thus, Zi Chen's companions also walked past them. They didn't look sideways, as if they weren't worried about these people's sneak attacks at all. Zi Chen slowly and steadily walked out of the battlefield and then walked towards the crowd. Everywhere he passed, everyone retreated and opened up a straight path. In this battle, Zi Chen's sharpness and decisiveness had shocked everyone. Seeing so many existences comparable to higher life forms die, the shock and blow to everyone's hearts was also extremely great. "Return my brother's life." Suddenly, a loud shout resounded out, and a cultivator charged out and charged towards Zi Chen, who was advancing forward. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly rang out. A silver dragon flew over from afar. The silver dragon turned into a long spear and pierced through the cultivator's body, nailing him to a huge rock. Everyone's heart trembled once again. Those who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Only then did they remember that there was still an extremely powerful king-level spirit weapon eyeing them covetously. And to kill Zi Chen, only existences comparable to higher life forms could do so. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to get past the king-level spirit weapon. Outside the battlefield, the cultivators were divided into two large groups. The innermost group was the group that followed their leader and wanted to kill Zi Chen. Following the death of their leader, these people also lost their courage and daring. There was no need to fear them. The ones who truly needed to fear were the cultivators who had chosen to watch from the sidelines. That was because there were still many existences comparable to higher life forms who hadn't made a move yet. Do you think he still has a trump card? Looking at Zi Chen walking over, the middle-aged man from Shui and City asked. He was also shocked by Zi Chen's powerful battle strength. I don't know. Shui Ming shook his head. As battle after battle occurred, he found that he couldn't understand Zi Chen at all. Zi Chen's current state was very bad. Other than his firm footsteps, there was nothing else to be proud of. The spectators on the sidelines didn't participate in the previous battle. So although they were shocked by Zi Chen's battle strength, they still had some thoughts in their hearts. Zi Chen chose a direction and walked. Those cultivators were also staring at Zi Chen. Zi Chen's eyes were calm as he walked forward. Manshur and the rest followed behind him. When the two sides were less than 10 meters apart, a low shout was heard. The cultivators instantly separated and made a straight path. Obviously, at this moment, this side chose to retreat. Die. However, just as Zi Chen walked on the path, a cold, murderous voice sounded. Then, a powerful existence comparable to a higher life form appeared. This existence should have been accumulating power for a long time. At this moment, with a loud shout, he had already flashed behind Zi Chen. The others also widened their eyes and watched the scene that was about to happen. They were looking forward to whether Zi Chen could kill the enemy in one strike again. If Zichen couldn't kill the enemy in one strike this time, then what awaited him would be more attacks. Perhaps more attacks than the previous 13 people. However, the battle didn't happen. The scene that everyone was looking forward to didn't appear. When the cultivator attacked, Zichen didn't move at all. It was as if he didn't notice that someone was attacking him. However, as the attack approached, the space within 3 meters of Zichen suddenly began to distort and surge. Then the cultivator's figure disappeared under the distortion and surge of space. He was gone. He was gone just like that. There wasn't a single trace left behind. Zichen continued to move forward. Manshur and the others didn't have any strange expressions and just followed him. How could this be? Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. They didn't understand why a person would suddenly disappear without a reason. Is it Zichen's doing or a coincidence? If it was a coincidence, it meant that Zichen was too lucky. However, if it was really Zichen's doing, it was too terrifying. One had to know that making a person disappear out of thin air was even more shocking than directly killing a person. Moreover, under such circumstances, it was hard to believe that it was a coincidence. The force that the powerhouse was from just now seemed to be using some kind of secret method to contact the other party. Unfortunately, there was no response. Zichen, who was moving forward, didn't care about what everyone thought at all. He was still moving forward and was already halfway through the straight path. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and attacked Zichen again. The strange scene from before appeared again. When the other party was 3 meters away from Zichen, his figure disappeared in the distorted space. The crowd couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into an uproar. Obviously, this time, no one would be stupid enough to think that it was a coincidence. 2 people disappeared out of thin air. This was even more shocking than killing many people. Zichen, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. The surrounding people's expressions changed, and they subconsciously retreated. After stopping, Zichen didn't move forward anymore. Instead, he looked back at Manshur and said calmly, "I forgot to take the spoils." Manshur quickly understood and nodded. "Okay, I'll go clean up the battlefield now." While speaking, Manshur flew back again and really went to clean up the battlefield. Zichen, on the other hand, stood in the same place. His gaze was still calm. This time, everyone was even more uncertain in their hearts. What little bit of hope they had had completely disappeared because of Zichen's pause and calmness. Manshur finished cleaning up the battlefield at the fastest speed and then walked over. Zichen had a smile on his face and asked, "The harvest should be good, right?" Manshur said loudly, "It's not just good, it's very rich." "Then let's go." Zichen turned and left. Shangguanhong and the others followed closely behind. The surrounding cultivators didn't dare to stop them. They could only watch as Zichen's group disappeared at the end of their line of sight. Terrifying, really terrifying. In this battle, we lost nearly 20 existences comparable to high-level life forms. That Zichen is so terrifying. Could it be that his strength has reached the level of a truly high-level life form? Zichen and the others left. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. After this battle, Zichen's name was destined to spread, and it was also destined that no one would foolishly use the fame of a faction to make a move against Zichen's group. Even if they did, they would only use their own names. This was because the people of the factions couldn't kill Zichen at all. Only the truly powerful ones could. The 3 factions had great confidence in themselves, and they didn't know that the city's ranking would drop because of the death of everyone. Moreover, this kind of thing hadn't happened for many years. Therefore, after Yamba Castle, the 3 factions' ranking dropped again. This time, they had suffered great losses. The rules, which had been forgotten for many years, were brought up again because of the changes in the domain Manor Realm. Chapter 1431. There were 108 cities in the region where Shantian Prefecture was located, and they were all ranked. This ranking had not changed for many years. Over time, Everyone believed that they had to participate in the domain ranking held by Shantian Prefecture if they wanted their cities to be ranked higher. As for the domain realm, it had been a long time since a city's ranking dropped after all the cultivators were annihilated, so everyone deliberately ignored it. This was because, on average, there would be close to 1,000 cultivators entering each city. But how could none of them survive? Northwind City's ranking was near the bottom, so it was inconspicuous that its ranking dropped. It took them a long time to figure out that the domain realm was the reason for its ranking to drop. However, Yanba Castle's ranking immediately changed, which attracted the attention of other forces. Then, Miaodongcheng, Luzongqing, and Wanyuan City's vitality was also forcefully taken away by 10%, which attracted a lot of attention. Many people were guessing what had happened in the domain realm and why the cultivators from the 4 cities who entered were all annihilated. There were all kinds of guesses, but no one suspected Hupingqing. After 3 years, the current Huping city had undergone a great change. The vitality here was unimaginably rich. The domain realm, which was rarely seen in the past, could be seen everywhere now. Almost every day, there were cultivators gaining epiphanies and breaking through. There were also many immortal, king-level technique inheritances. Now, the higher-ups of Hupingqing were all looking forward to the end of the domain realm and waiting for the return of the young heroes. After the battle that day, Zichen was severely injured, but he had shocked everyone and left calmly. After leaving, Zichen and the others did not step into the next level. Instead, they found a dilapidated valley to heal their injuries. Almost everyone was injured in that battle. As for the other cultivators, since they had chosen to retreat when Zichen was severely injured, they naturally did not dare to cause trouble for Zichen. After the battle ended, they left this level and went directly to the 3rd level. Several days later, Zichen's injuries were completely healed. Due to the enormous amount of energy he had expended in this battle, the speed at which his reality world was collapsing had sped up, and his cultivation level had also increased by a large margin. After recovering from his injuries, Zichen took out the spirit channeling domain crystal. Because of this item, he had almost lost his life. The psychic region crystal shone brightly, but it was not blinding. It contained a dense spiritual energy. Because of Zichen's awakening, the others opened their eyes and looked at the psychic region crystal curiously. Only Shang Guanhong didn't look so curious. This is called the spirit channeling domain crystal. What a rich energy. Once I absorb it, my power will undergo some changes. Of course, once you absorb this, your spiritual energy will become more agile and easier to control. It will be as if it has been specially condensed, and the power of your attacks will also become stronger. Everyone stared at the psychic realm crystal and began to discuss among themselves. Man Sher's eyes lit up, and he said somewhat impatiently, "Since that's the case, Zichen, hurry up and refine it. Then let us see the effects." Zichen had risked his life to obtain this item, so it was natural for him to give it to Zichen. No one had any complaints. Unexpectedly, Zichen shook his head and said, "This item should be refined by the most suitable person." Most suitable? This item is most suitable for everyone. Man Sher was startled, and the others were also puzzled. Zichen smiled and said, "I naturally know that. Unfortunately, we only have one piece, so we should use this psychic region crystal to its fullest potential." As he spoke, Zichen looked at Shang Guanhong and said, "You should be familiar with this item." Shang Guanhong's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't understand how Zichen knew that she had seen this item before. She nodded and said, "I've seen 2 pieces. You should have refined all of them, right?" Zichen asked again. Shang Guanhong lowered her head in embarrassment. She obviously misunderstood Zichen's meaning. Zichen smiled and said, "That's your opportunity. You don't need to blame yourself. However, you've refined 2 pieces. Although your strength has become more agile, it seems that you're still lacking a little. This one is for you. Give it to me." Shan Guanhong raised her head, her beautiful face full of surprise. At present, you're the most suitable one. While speaking, Zichen handed the psychic region crystal to Shan Guanhong. Along the way, although the two of them didn't talk much, Zichen saw the changes in everyone's expressions. Shan Guanhong's expression was not calm after seeing the psychic region crystal, but she had been suppressing it and didn't reveal it too much. In addition, Zichen's keen perception could detect Shan Guanhong's spiritual power. This spiritual power was very similar to the psychic region crystal, so Zichen was sure that Shan Guanhong had seen and refined it before. No one expressed any objection to this. Next, Shan Guanhong began to refine the psychic region crystal, while the others began to cultivate. As for Zichen, because the real world was collapsing on its own, he who had nothing to do chose to stand guard for everyone. At the same time, he also comprehended some combat techniques. A few days later, Shan Guanhong's body was wrapped in a green light. The green light was filled with a strong vitality and spiritual power, like a living eggshell, carefully guarding Shan Guanhong. Obviously, Shan Guanhong's harvest this time was great. Another few days passed, and a surge of energy fluctuation woke Zichen up. As he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that the source of the energy fluctuation was not Shan Guanhong, but Hammer. Hammer's strength had already reached the peak of the 5th level, and he was only a step away from the 6th level. Along the way, Hammer had fused with his own weapon, and this had allowed him to break through to the next level. From the 5th level to the 6th level, in terms of realm, Hammer had already reached the peak of the 1st level, and was only a small step away from the 2nd level. However, because his soul had not fully awakened, Hammer's combat strength had been greatly reduced. Even so, it was still very easy for him to kill humans who were comparable to higher life forms. Zichen guessed that when Hammer was at his peak, his strength should be comparable to a real higher life form. In other words, even if he encountered a higher life form at the same level, he would not be afraid. Hammer, who had successfully broken through, nodded at Zichen. There was an obvious look of joy on his face. The others opened their eyes and congratulated him. However, because of Hammer's breakthrough, everyone was stimulated, and this caused them to work even harder in their cultivation. Of course, at this level, breaking through was not something that could be done with just hard work. Man sure cultivated the mountain spirit tyrant body, which was a very powerful physique. In addition, Manshure's original body was a mountain spirit, so this cultivation technique was very suitable for him. When his strength reached a certain limit, he would be able to break through. Coincidentally, Manshure found a special power crystal in the spirit ring of a dead leader of a force. This crystal was very attractive to Manshure. After Manshure absorbed and refined it, he broke through to the next level as expected. Now he could be considered to have officially stepped into the middle stage of the 1st level. According to the level of battle spirits, he was considered to be a 4th level battle spirit. After Manshure's breakthrough, Wu Xie's immortal bloodline also changed. It was directly activated, causing Wu Xie's strength to increase greatly. Not only did he step into the 4th level battle spirit in one fell swoop, but he also reached the peak of the 4th level, only one step away from the 5th level. A few days later, Dongqing, who had been in seclusion, also broke through. Following her breakthrough, a mysterious power was released from her body. This power was injected into the bodies of the battle beasts. Then, a series of beastly roars resounded. It turned out that the battle beasts had broken through together with Dongqing. This was the strength of a summoner. They could lead the battle beasts to break through. At the same time, they could also borrow the power of the battle beasts to break through themselves. Everyone broke through one after another. This was extremely good news for the entire team. Like a chain reaction, the following people also began to break through one after another. The green light surrounding Shan Guanhong's body was slowly fading. When it completely dimmed, it would be the time for her to awaken and break through. In the dilapidated mountain range, the sound of energy explosions could be heard from time to time. This was Man Shi and Wu Xia sparring. After breaking through, the two of them had been fighting in order to adapt to their current strength. It was only in battle that they could quickly adapt to their strength. In this way, the battle continued for 10 days. The green light around Shangguan Hong's body finally dissipated. She sat cross-legged, her body emitting a faint green light. The green light was filled with a strong aura of life. She was like a holy goddess of life. Between heaven and earth, waves of colorful energy appeared from all directions and rushed towards Shangguan Hong. These colorful energies were the fused power of nature. They represented an extreme number. Like ribbons, they wrapped around Shangguan Hong's body. At this moment, within the power of nature, a strong power of wood emerged. That power made Shangguan Hong look even more holy. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, especially Wu Xia. His shocked expression carried a hint of jealousy. As these colorful lights entered her body, the holy aura around Shangguan Hong's body was also released. Soon, her realm broke through and reached the level of a 4th-level war spirit. However, all of this did not end. Her realm was still rising in a straight line. Soon, she reached the peak of the 4th-level war spirit. Then, she broke through again and reached the 5th level. She was the first in the group to break through to the 5th level. This was not only because of the psychic domain crystal, but also because of the previous accumulation. As she broke through to the 5th level, the rising aura around Shangguan Hong's body also slowed down. Other than Ziqin, almost everyone's strength had broken through. Their battle prowess had increased by a large amount, and it was finally time to enter the peak of the 3rd level. After familiarizing themselves with their battle prowess, everyone left this dilapidated mountain range. Then they found an exit and stepped into another level. Chapter 1432. We've just arrived and we've already encountered a battle. Are we lucky or unlucky? Wu Xia shook his head and said as he looked at the crowd in front of him, "It's not good or bad. As long as there are people, there will definitely be a battle," Ziqin said calmly. Obviously, no one wanted to participate in the battle in front of them, even if there were 2 existences comparable to high-level life forms in the battle. After all, Man Shi and the others had broken through one after another. Their battle strength had also reached a level comparable to high-level life forms. Although they had yet to fight against a high-level life form, they were still stronger than Lu Yuan. Hey, what's that? Just as they were about to leave, Shangguan Hong suddenly exclaimed. Following her gaze, everyone saw a ball of light at the center of the battlefield. The ball of light was very bright, but not dazzling. They were all too familiar with that thing, because Ziqin had fought 13 existences comparable to high-level life forms for the same thing. It's the psychic region crystal. Yes, that's it. The psychic region crystal. It must be the psychic region crystal. Man Shi, Wu Xia, and the others' voices were filled with surprise and excitement. Ziqin was certain that the ball of light in front of them was indeed the psychic region crystal. They did not expect to find the psychic region crystal as soon as they arrived. Swoosh! However, unlike before, this spirit channeling region crystal seemed to be even more sentient. This was because when those cultivators were fighting, they had also tried to snatch the spirit channeling region crystal away, but it had been evading them all this time. The psychic region crystal had been suppressed by everyone's energy, so it could only move around in a small area. However, because everyone was fighting, they couldn't use their full strength, so the psychic region crystal was able to dodge the giant energy hands. However, while it was dodging, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the psychic region crystal. Then it broke through the energy defense and turned into a stream of light that shot into the distance. Damn it, don't let it escape. Chase it. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. They immediately gave up fighting and chased after the psychic region crystal. The escape of the psychic realm crystal surprised everyone. Man Shi and Wu Xie were even joking around. However, in the next moment, everyone stopped talking. Their eyes were filled with surprise as they looked in that direction. The reason for that was because the spirit-linking domain crystal was actually fleeing toward them. Should we catch them? Man Shi scratched his head and asked subconsciously. Wu Xie licked his lips and said, "I'd be a fool if I didn't." After he finished speaking, Wu Xie transformed into a ray of light and charged forward. Man Shi was also unwilling to be outdone, and he charged forward violently. "Stop, that's ours. That friend over there, you've crossed the line." Before the two of them could charge forward, the cultivators who had rushed over began to shout out. The two of them naturally paid no heed to such cries as they approached the psychic realm crystal from the left and right. "Stop!" Wu Xie was the first to arrive. He raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy. The moment the energy left his body, it transformed into a large net and fell towards the psychic region crystal. The spirit-linking domain crystal arrived in an instant. It looked like it was walking right into the net. Wu Xie's face was filled with pride. As for the cultivators behind him, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Some of them even had a murderous look in their eyes. This was the way the world was. If you didn't like someone, you could just kill them. Swoosh! Just as the spirit-linking domain crystal was about to be completely enveloped by the energy net, the spirit-linking domain crystal glowed once again. Then it suddenly accelerated and brushed past the energy net. Wu Xie's expression couldn't help but be stunned when his attack missed. Man Shi, who had arrived behind him, saw this scene and laughed loudly. He spread his hands forward and an even larger energy net appeared. This net almost covered half the sky and wrapped around the spirit-linking domain crystal. Then the net began to shrink. Man Shi's laughter resounded throughout the world. "Stop, that's ours. Stop, put that thing down." When the cultivators behind saw this, they shouted again and moved forward even faster. Man Shi curled his lips in disdain and prepared to pull the net. At the same time, he smiled proudly at Wu Xie. Puff! In the next moment, he heard a soft sound. Then he saw the spirit-linking domain crystal break through the large net and escape quickly. Damn it! Man Shi's face was filled with anger. He wanted to chase after it again, but it was too late. Wu Xie's mocking laughter rang out from the side. The few people behind saw this scene clearly. Their eyes were filled with surprise. It was obvious that the spirit-linking domain crystal was extraordinary. This time, Zichen directly flashed forward. Just like before, the spirit-linking domain crystal flew toward Zichen at an extremely fast speed. It planned to escape at an extreme angle and speed when it reached him. However, just as it was 3 meters away from Zichen, its speed slowed down significantly as if it had fallen into a swamp. The spirit-linking domain crystal wanted to retreat, but it found that there was no way back. The space here was like a world of its own. It moved slowly and there was no way back. The spirit-linking domain crystal's fate was naturally in Zichen's hands. Seeing Zichen holding the spirit-linking domain crystal, Man Shi and Wu Xie returned dejectedly. As for the cultivators from before, they flew over one by one. One of the low-browed leaders said, "Friend, that thing is ours." Zichen glanced at him indifferently. The latter's expression changed slightly and he said, "How about this? We'll buy it with luck points. How about 100,000? This time without waiting for Zichen to reply, Man Shi shouted, "Do you take us for idiots? You only want 100,000 luck points for a piece of spiritual domain crystal? How much do you have? We're willing to exchange it for 500,000 luck points." The low-browed cultivator's expression became very ugly, and so did the others. However, they felt that this group of people was not to be trifled with, so they did not rashly step forward. "We're from number 37 Wild King City. May I know where you're from, friend?" The low-browed cultivator spoke again with a threatening tone. "Huping City, number 108. Zi Chen smiled indifferently, put away the spirit-linking domain crystal, and turned to leave. Man Shi and Wu Xia snorted coldly at those people, then followed Zi Chen. As for the two groups of people, they stood there in a daze, letting Zi Chen and the others leave. They stood there for a long time without saying a word. This was the third level of the Manor Realm. There were true high-level life forms here, and each of them was extremely powerful and famous. However, these were all individual combat strengths, so they were not worth mentioning. If one were to talk about which city was in the limelight recently, it would undoubtedly be number 108, Huping City. This was because this city, which had been in decline for tens of thousands of years, had made a huge turnaround this time. Although there were not many people, every one of them was a powerhouse. Among them, the leader Zi Chen had single-handedly fought 13 existences comparable to high-level life forms. He had killed several of them and forced the others to retreat. Under the gazes of many factions, he had calmly left. This news had spread nearly a month ago, and it was still circulating. Almost everyone knew about it. There were even rumors that Zi Chen's combat strength was not weaker than a true high-level life forms. At this moment, when they heard the name Huping City, they almost subconsciously recalled the deeds of Huping City. It really is the people of Huping City. The person who just spoke is Zi Chen, the one who single-handedly fought 13 powerhouses? We are too unlucky. Why did we run into them? After a long time, the people of the two factions finally came to their senses. They shook their heads and secretly cursed their bad luck. Although there were many powerhouses in the city they were in, there were only 2 existences comparable to high-level life forms. In front of Zi Chen, these 2 people were obviously not enough. Forget it. Although the spirit-linking domain crystal is very rare, it has been appearing frequently in recent days. Perhaps we still have a chance. The people of the 2 factions tactfully left, just as they had said 2 days ago, for some unknown reason. The spirit-linking domain crystal, which used to be very rare in this world, had been appearing frequently in recent days, causing many factions to fight over it. Zi Chen and the others moved forward. During this time, everyone was in high spirits. They had obtained a spirit-linking domain crystal as soon as they arrived. Perhaps they would be able to obtain other good things later. Sure enough, after a day, they once again found a spirit-linking domain crystal. This time, Wu Xia was not careless and directly went forward to collect it. After another 2 days, they obtained a third spirit-linking domain crystal. Everyone agreed that these 3 spirit-linking domain crystals should be refined by Dongqing because ladies had priority. During this time, they also encountered some trouble. However, with the deterrence of their powerful combat strength, those people tactfully retreated. At this point, there were very few life-and-death battles between cultivators, unless the 2 sides were mortal enemies. In this place, the true enemies of humans were the battle spirits who snatched resources and the guardians in the ruins. We shouldn't be far from the trading place. Let's speed up. From the 5th level onwards, there was a trading place on each level. However, the trading place on the 4th level was completely destroyed, and the trading place also disappeared. Everyone came to the 3rd level. The trading place on the 3rd level was larger, and there were more things inside. After Zi Chen and the others arrived, they were also attracted by the items being traded by the battle spirits here. As soon as Shangguan Hong arrived, she found the 2nd move of the Wooden Heart Sword. It was really a pleasant surprise. The group moved forward again in the trading place. During this time, they also found many things that tempted them. However, these were all external objects. It was very rare to find something that could really help them. What is this? Man Shi walked to a stall and saw a drop of liquid. His face was filled with curiosity. He then squatted down to examine it. Chapter 1433. A drop of liquid was placed in front of the stall. The liquid was transparent and looked like a product of nothingness. Silver threads flashed through the liquid from time to time. The silver threads were like lightning and looked like a teardrop. It was a void thunder droplet, but it had several names, such as void teardrop and life teardrop. It was a product of the destruction of the void world. Like the teardrop, it contained the purest life aura of the world, but it also contained the violence of lightning. It seemed like lightning had destroyed the world and caused the owner of the world to shed tears of reluctance. However, even tears were eroded by the power of lightning. No one knew how the void thunder droplet was formed. There were only some legends circulating in the outside world. There was no way to verify the existence of the void thunder droplet. However, there was really a void thunder droplet in front of them. The void thunder droplet, the real void thunder droplet. Wu Xia, who had followed closely behind, could not help but exclaim when he saw the teardrop of nothingness. His exclamation attracted the attention of Ziqin and the others. The few of them quickly walked over. When they saw the void lightning droplets, their faces were filled with joy. One of the main reasons they had come to the Manor Realm was for the void thunder droplet. There was only an introduction in front of the liquid and nothing else. Many people obviously did not know what it was, so they were not interested in it. The stall owner was a war spirit. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed and looked calm. The price of the void thunder droplet in front of him was 1,000,000 luck points. They looked at each other. This price was not expensive at all. The void tree was priceless. Everything in the world that had a price was not worth mentioning in front of it. If they could really revive the void tree, 1,000,000 luck points would be nothing. Ziqin was the only one among them who had 1,000,000 luck points. Of course, Hammer had enough luck points too. Unfortunately, he was not interested in the void thunder droplet at all. Manshur and the others were looking forward to it. Ziqin also nodded and was ready to buy it. I want the void thunder droplet. However, before Ziqin could say anything, an indifferent voice was suddenly heard. As this voice sounded out, the expressions of Manshur and the others changed. They immediately turned their heads and looked towards the source of the voice. That stall owner also opened his eyes and raised his head. His eyes were filled with surprise. The one who spoke was a young man wearing a purple robe. On the front of his robe was the image of a dragon. The dragon's eyes were glaring angrily, and it was very realistic. As the young man walked, the dragon seemed to come alive. The young man was also very handsome and did not look very old. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were slightly narrowed. There was an arrogant look on his face. He directly walked over, not bothering with the unkind gazes of Manshur and the others. He glanced at Ziqin and forcefully walked in front of the booth, saying to the battle spirit booth owner, "I'll buy this void thunder droplet." Without waiting for the stall owner to reply, Manshur said with dissatisfaction, "We came first, so we should be the ones to buy it." The young man sneered, "If that's the case, I've already been here yesterday." Withdrawing his indifferent gaze, he once again said to the stall owner, "Give it to me." The battle spirit booth owner looked at Ziqin and the others. There was a flash of light in his eyes, but he did not speak. Manshur wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Ziqin. Ziqin said, "Friend, we really need this thing. Can you part with it? If you need it, do you think I don't want it?" The young man said coldly, "Humph, one battle to determine the winner." Manshur snorted. Because this void thunder droplet was too important, he lost his composure. "You think you can determine the winner with me, the golden gorilla?" A golden light flashed in the young man's black eyes. His handsome face became a bit more ferocious because of the reflection of the golden light. The young man was called the golden gorilla. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the surroundings. The golden gorilla, the high-level golden gorilla. He is the high-level golden gorilla that is said to be able to slaughter all humans. Yes, he is wearing a special golden robe, and his eyes are shining with golden light. He must be that high-level golden gorilla. It is said that the golden gorilla is dissatisfied with the title of being comparable to a high-level golden gorilla. Thus, he slaughtered nearly 20 human powerhouses in one day. From the uproar in the surroundings, it was not difficult to tell that the golden gorilla was a bloodthirsty and cruel guy. However, what surprised Zichen and the others was the other party's identity. He was a real high-level golden gorilla. The reason why they were called high-level golden gorilla was that they had great potential, a solid foundation, and strong combat power. They were a level higher than all other life forms. Although there were many existences comparable to high-level golden gorilla, they were only comparable. They were not really high-level golden gorilla. This was because once a high-level golden gorilla reached adulthood, his strength would break through to the higher realm in one fell swoop. However, humans who were comparable to high-level golden gorilla were not strong enough. Hearing the discussions around them, Manshur and the others also knew that this guy was powerful and terrifying. Just by slaughtering more than 20 cultivators comparable to high-level golden gorilla in one day, he was definitely not someone they could deal with. It was better to avoid trouble. The void thunder droplet was precious, but the safety of everyone was more important. Manshur and the others did not insist and prepared to leave. Zichen also had the same idea. The golden gorilla had spoken first, and there was no need to fall out with a high-level golden gorilla. They were already planning to leave. Perhaps they could find a second void thunder droplet here. However, when the golden gorilla saw them preparing to leave, he laughed mockingly and said, "You want to run after hearing the name of a high-level golden gorilla. What a bunch of trash. Humans are really a bunch of trash." Zichen's expression changed. Shangguanhong and the others also had ugly expressions. As for the cultivators in the distance, they were also angry because of this sentence. "Let's go." Dong Qing tugged at the corner of Zichen's clothes, indicating that he should not cause trouble. "I won't see you trash off. Remember, don't let me see you next time. Maybe at that time, I will be annoyed to see you and slap you to death." The golden gorilla laughed again and turned back. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. "I will pay 1,000,000 for that void thunder droplet." The golden gorilla's smile froze. He slowly turned his head, looked at Zichen, and asked, "Do you want to die?" Zichen walked over, his indifferent expression carrying a touch of arrogance. He ignored the golden gorilla and looked at the battle spirit stall owner who had already stood up and said, 1,000,000 luck points. This thing is for sale. Of course, I will sell it." The battle spirit stall owner nodded, not caring at all that he had offended the high-level golden gorilla. Zichen was not surprised by the battle spirit stall owner's attitude at all. This was because the latter stood up and looked like he was watching a good show. He was not afraid of anyone and was happy to earn some luck points while watching a good show. The golden gorilla's expression slowly turned ugly. He first glanced at the battle spirit stall owner, his fierce gaze seemingly saying, "Just you wait." Then he stared at Zichen with murderous eyes. "What are you staring at? Do you want to make your eyes look big?" Manshur also stared at the golden gorilla and said, "If you don't accept it, then make a bid. Let your master man see if your value matches that of a high-level life form." "Master man!" The golden light in the golden gorilla's eyes became even brighter, and his handsome face became even more twisted. He was a high-level life form. In this world, only one person dared to call himself a master in front of him. That was his grandfather, another high-level life form. But this brainless fellow in front of him actually dared to call himself a master in front of him. He was furious. He was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. However, Manshur was not afraid. Since he had already offended the golden gorilla, he might as well offend him thoroughly. He said to the battle spirit stall owner, Give me that thing. That poor bastard obviously can't afford any more luck points. Poor bastard. The golden gorilla felt his head buzz. He had a massive amount of luck points on him, yet he was called a poor bastard. Moreover, he was called a poor bastard by a group of human trash. However, he could no longer remain angry because Manshur was ready to take away the void thunder droplet by force. 2 million. The golden gorilla blurted out in a hurry. Zeechin glanced at the golden gorilla and said indifferently, 5 million. Manshur also glanced at the golden gorilla and smiled at him. It was a very ordinary smile, but in the golden gorilla's eyes, it seemed to be mocking him for only adding 100,000. 8 million. The golden gorilla was angry and shouted again, 2 million. Zeechin said again, his voice very calm. At this moment, the humans around them were cheering for Zeechin in their hearts. They had even made up their minds that if Zeechin didn't have enough luck points, they were willing to contribute their luck points. Because Zeechin's actions were for the sake of humanity. It was another way for humans to fight against high-level life forms. 5 million. The golden gorilla shouted again. Haha. Zeechin smiled and said 51 million. This was deliberately targeting the golden gorilla. However, Manshur continued. 5 million. You really know how to bid. 3 million. The golden gorilla was angry and wanted to kill. However, as soon as he shouted the price, a person ran over from afar and whispered something in the golden gorilla's ear. The golden gorilla's angry face changed slightly, but he seemed to be hesitant. The person said again, and the golden gorilla could only snort coldly. He turned around and glared at Manshur and Zeechin fiercely, saying, Don't leave if you have the ability. Wait until I'm done with my business. Then I'll come back and kill you. What? Are you afraid? Manshur provoked. 301 million, Zeechin said indifferently. You wait. The golden gorilla was very angry, but he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he turned around and left as if he really had something urgent to do. The main character left, and the competition to show off his wealth was over. Not only Zeechin and the others, but even the others felt very comfortable. They had vented their anger. The battle spirit stall owner said with a smile, 301 million. You can take it. Chapter 1434. It was originally worth 1 million, but the price was 3 times higher. Zeechin didn't intend to renege on the debt, but he put forward an additional condition. That won't do. The battle spirit stall owner directly refused, leaving no room for negotiation. Zeechin spread his hands and smiled. He didn't say anything, but his meaning was obvious. You want to cheat? The battle spirit stall owner's expression changed. Zeechin shook his head and said, Of course not. I also know you have suffered losses. How about this? I'll compensate you 200,000 luck points. You can go find that fellow just now and ask for your 3 million. You, the battle spirit stall owner, stared at Zeechin. What? Is there a problem? I'll compensate you 200,000 for nothing. Is that not enough? Zeechin asked with a smile. Clearly, he wanted to cheat to the end. Do you know where this is? The battle spirit stall owner's voice became indifferent. Zeechin nodded and said, I know, but you shouldn't punish me because of this. The battle spirit stall owner stared at Zeechin, his eyes flashing with anger. Zeechin calmly looked at the battle spirit stall owner, a faint smile on his face. Manshur and the others stood to the side, indifferent. They quietly waited for the outcome of this confrontation to be decided. This confrontation lasted for a long time. In the end, the battle spirit stall owner was defeated. Fine, you win. That thing is here. As he spoke, the battle spirit stall owner copied a map. On it was marked the place where the void thunder droplet could be obtained. Zichen took the map and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He nodded and said, "Thank you. Here are your luck points." As he spoke, Zichen really gave 1 million luck points to the stall owner. The battle spirit stall owner handed the sealed void thunder droplet to Zichen. A smile appeared on his face once more, completely disappearing from his previous anger. He was very happy to have made a business deal. He had made a big profit. Seeing that Zichen was also very happy, he deliberately provoked him. "Do you know that I did that just now to let you increase the price?" Zichen nodded and said, "Of course I know, but I really need this thing. Even if it's 4 million, I will give it to you. I didn't expect you to give away that area. Thank you very much." The battle spirit stall owner was stunned, but then he smiled and said, "You're welcome. Actually, it's not a big deal to tell you about that place, because with your strength, you can't enter at all. Let alone you. Even higher life forms can't enter." Manshur and the others' expressions changed. Even Zichen's expression was somewhat unnatural. Sure enough, businessmen were all profiteers. How could it be so easy to take advantage of others? The battle spirit stall owner took in the changes in everyone's expressions. The pride on his face became even stronger, so he provoked them again. "There's no harm in telling you. No matter how strong you are, you can forget about entering that place. The reason I was able to enter was purely due to luck. That place is protected by endless thunder, and any one of those thunderbolts can easily destroy a human powerhouse that is said to be comparable to a higher life form." This provocation was to the extreme, directly dispelling everyone's thoughts. This battle spirit stall owner was really something. However, he did not expect that after he finished speaking, he would discover that the expressions of the few people who were originally very ugly changed in the next moment. Each and every one of them became very strange. "What? You don't believe me? There are countless thunderbolts there, and each one is extremely terrifying. If a higher life form enters, only death awaits," the battle spirit stall owner said again. The strange expressions on everyone's faces became even stronger. Zichen smiled and patted the stall owner's shoulder, saying, "This time I really thank you." After saying this, Zichen and the others left. Then a group of people laughed. "There's something wrong with these people," the battle spirit stall owner muttered. "I just dozed off and someone gave me a pillow." "Zichen, you really should go and take a look at that place," Gongwei said on the way forward. "Yes, we should go and take a look. If we're lucky, we might be able to get more void thunder droplets," Shen Guanhong added. Last time, everyone had broken through, but Zichen had not broken through at all. Not only did he not have a breakthrough, but his one-star Thunder King physique also did not make any progress. Moreover, his meteorite Thunder King fist did not improve at all. Now, what Zichen lacked the most was a place full of violent thunderbolts. Next, everyone walked around the trading area a few more times, buying some more useful things during this time. "Hey, Zichen, there are spirit gathering pearls here, and there are quite a few of them," someone suddenly exclaimed. Spirit gathering pearls were very common, but most of them were brought from the outer world. A powerful attack of a certain powerhouse was sealed in it, and it was used to save one's life at a critical moment. In comparison, there were much fewer spirit gathering pearls in the territorial prefecture realm. Moreover, many cultivators, such as high-level life forms and humans, did not bother to use spirit gathering pearls. However, spirit gathering pearls were extremely suitable for Zichen. They were like treasures, and the more the better. Everyone came to the front of the stall and saw that there were more than 20 spirit gathering pearls placed here. The price tag varied from 10,000 to 100,000, and the highest one was 100,000. The power contained within it was equivalent to the full power attack of a peak 6th level battle spirit. These things are not expensive. You can buy them all. Hammer was the first to speak. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. The others also nodded repeatedly, deeply moved by this. Along the way, Zichen had killed many enemies, and the others had also killed many people and seized many things. However, Zichen did not want any of them except for the spirit-gathering pearls. He collected almost all the spirit-gathering pearls and gave them to Manshur and the others so that they could charge the pearls. After charging them, Zichen spent a lot of time using his spiritual thoughts to change the energy in the spirit-gathering pearls so that they could be easily absorbed by him. Back then, when Zichen killed Lu Yuan, his saber strike was extremely powerful. That was because he had borrowed the great power of the spiritual gathering pearl. During this period, Zichen would let everyone charge the pearls whenever they had free time. Charging the pearls was a very monotonous and time-consuming process. Everyone was excited at first, but they lost interest in the end. "Okay, I've bought them all," Zichen nodded and said. "If you have any spare pearls, sell them to me too." Manshur and the others were dumbfounded when they heard that. Obviously, they would need to charge the pearls again. After strolling around the trading area, the group decided to leave. Since they had a clear direction, they planned to go to the place mentioned by the Battle Spirit Stall owner to try their luck there. However, as soon as they walked out of the trading area, they saw streaks of light flying toward them from afar. These streaks of light were very urgent. At first, Zichen thought that the other party had instructed the high-level life forms to look for trouble, but as the voices sounded, he knew that the other party had come to report. 10,000 miles away, there are high-level life forms confronting each other. It seems that a battle is about to break out. Let's go and see. The high-level life forms are about to fight. A battle between high-level life forms was undoubtedly earth-shattering. A battle between such existences was also worth watching. Many people inquired about the situation, and all of them flew towards the location of the confrontation. "Let's go and see," Manshur suggested. "We don't have the confidence to win against such existences. Instead of wasting time watching them fight, we might as well look for opportunities to improve our strength," Zichen said lightly. "Well, let's look for opportunities first," Manshur said. "High-level life forms. There are 3 of them. That bloodthirsty golden gorilla is also there. They're about to fight." A voice rang out from the heavens and earth once again. This voice caused Zichen and the rest to instinctively stop in their tracks. "It's that guy." Manshur gritted his teeth and said that he had something urgent to do and left first. Could it be that he's going to find trouble with another high-level life form? There are 3 of them in total. It seems that it's 2 against 1. "The golden gorilla is teaming up with one of them," Shang Wanhong said. Everyone stopped and looked at Zichen, waiting for him to make a decision. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's go and see." Zichen turned into a stream of light to follow the crowd. The distance of 10,000 miles was very fast. They didn't need to use the flying instrument. After arriving here, many people had already appeared in this world. These people retreated far away and looked at the sky. There were 3 people facing each other. Except for the golden gorilla, the other 2 looked like teenagers. The 3 of them stood indifferently. The golden gorilla was fighting side by side with one of the teenagers. The teenager had long flame-like hair, and there was a touch of arrogance between his eyebrows. Since the other party was a high-level life form, it was obvious that they were not human. They just had the appearance of a human. On the other side of the 2 stood a young man dressed in animal skin. The young man looked very delicate and pretty, like a normal human. However, for 2 higher life forms to work together, no one dared to underestimate this young man dressed in animal skin. "Wolf cub, no need to wait. No one will come," the red-haired teenager said. His words were full of pride and arrogance. The teenager glanced at the 2 of them. There seemed to be a flash of light in his dark and calm eyes. The teenager said, "Good plan." The red-haired teenager smiled faintly and said, "You also know that if we fight to the death today, you have no chance of surviving. How about this? Give me the thing, and I'll let you leave." There was a touch of ridicule in the teenager's eyes. You want to kill me with just the two of you? Chapter 1435. The two sides did not deliberately suppress their conversation, so their words naturally spread. Whispers were heard all of a sudden. Huping City. That young man in beast skin is from Huping City. Isn't Huping City known as the last of the 10 million years? Why is there a high-level life form here? There were many people and forces around, but not everyone knew everything about Huping City. In fact, even the people from Huping City did not know about it. Among the crowd, a cultivator from a city with a high ranking said, "It's true that Huping City is known as the last of the 10 million years, but the top forces don't underestimate this city. Every time the prefecture realm opens, a true high-level life form will appear in this city. This high-level life form is very threatening, but they fight alone every time and never meet up with others, so not many people know about it. Perhaps even the people from Huping City don't know about it. Sigh, what a pity. There's actually a high-level life form in the last of the 10 million years. If they work together, the people from Huping City might be able to go further." Someone sighed. That's not necessarily true. It's said that a few incredible beings have appeared in Huping City this time. It's said that the leader fought against 13 human powerhouses alone. A cultivator in the crowd said. Is that true? Someone said curiously. Someone sneered. It's just a rumor. Just take it as a joke. Why take it so seriously? Brother, you're mistaken. I saw the battle that day with my own eyes. That battle took place on the 4th floor. That Chen intimidated many factions by himself. The person from before said seriously. When he mentioned Chen, he was filled with admiration. Then where is he? Since he's so strong, why doesn't he come out? I think he's already reached this level. The reason why he didn't come out is probably because he wasn't there. Pfft. Even if he's here, he wouldn't dare to appear in front of high-level life forms. The discussion around them continued and grew louder. Chen and the others felt a little confused after hearing what the red-haired young man said. He was sure that only 13 people had come to the prefecture realm this time. But why was there another one now? Moreover, judging from the conversation around them, it seemed that every time the prefecture realm opened, a high-level life form representing Huping City would enter. What's going on? Everyone's face was filled with doubt. Even Shang Guanhong, who grew up in Huping City, was not sure. Just as they were discussing, the young man in beast skin spoke again. So what if I don't have an ally? Why would I be afraid of you? The red-haired youth said indifferently, Fear represents one's feelings, but defeat is a fact. Jinming, why are you wasting your breath on a wolf cub? Let's join hands and kill him. The golden gorilla said coldly that Hu Pingqing is already at the end of his lifespan. Even if there is a higher life form, he is only fit to be at the end of his lifespan. Let's kill that wolf cub first. Then we will deal with the other one. Golden Gorilla's expression was very arrogant, and his tone was very cold. He naturally represented a faction, and there were also humans among his allies, but other than a few, he looked down on all humans. Even if it was a few forces, if anyone disobeyed him, he would still kill them without hesitation. The Golden Gorilla was very arrogant and annoying, but of course it was also very powerful. Chen and the others naturally felt uncomfortable when they heard him slandering Hu Pingqing. Chan glanced at Manshur, and the latter also nodded. His eyes flashed with excitement, and then he shouted at the Golden Gorilla in the air. Hey, the poor bastard called Golden Gorilla, we meet again. Do you still remember your master man? Manshur's voice was very loud, like thunder. He spoke in such a high-profile manner and directly called out the Golden Gorilla's name. This caused the faces of the cultivators closest to him to change drastically, and they retreated as quickly as they could. Almost in an instant, only Chen's group of 9 people were left in the group. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen and the others. They wanted to see what kind of existence dared to speak to the high-grade golden gorilla in such a reckless manner. After seeing the group of people clearly, many people in the crowd exclaimed in a low voice. Some of them recognized Ziqin, while some of them had seen the two parties arguing at the trading point. Subsequently, everyone's expressions became complicated. They admired the courage of Mansher's group, but they were also worried about their battle strength. There were also some people who didn't know what was going on. They looked at Ziqin's group as if they were looking at dead people. Ziqin's group didn't have any strange expressions. Mansher waved at the golden gorilla with a grin, then pointed at himself and said very enthusiastically, "Hey, don't you recognize me? You're Masterman. You're Masterman." The golden gorilla's expression changed little by little, and the golden light in his eyes became more intense. "You know him? He's a distant relative of yours?" the red-haired youth asked after hesitating for a moment when he turned around and saw the enthusiastic Mansher. This question caused the golden gorilla's expression to become even more unsightly. He was so ashamed and angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Due to this interruption, the young man in beast skin turned his head. When he saw Ziqin and the rest, a strange glint flashed across his calm eyes. Soon after, his calm eyes landed on Ziqin. "You actually made it here. Looks like you have some skills." The youth in animal skin muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Ziqin nodded kindly at the youth in animal skin from afar. At this moment, the golden gorilla also reacted. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's you damn guys." Mansher's face was originally filled with joy, but when he heard this sentence, his face became dissatisfied. He said somewhat angrily, "I say, Popper, we're not showing off in front of you this time. We just happened to pass by here, so we decided to say hello to you. How is it? Your Masterman is very polite, right?" Everyone was stunned. How dare he talk to the golden gorilla like this? "Ah!" the golden gorilla shouted. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and a violent aura surged around his body. He stared at Mansher and gritted his teeth. "You dare to call me a pauper? Then let me see how many luck points I can get from you after killing you. Also, if you dare to act like a master in front of me, I will beat you until you kneel down and call me master." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden gorilla turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Mansher. Boom! In the sky, a torrential energy began to surge. The golden gorilla's body glowed, and a vast and terrifying aura surged around him. Such a powerful aura made the other people's expressions change, and they kept retreating. Mansher's expression instantly became cold, and he shouted, "How dare you threaten your master, man? Then go to hell." Mansher's words were righteous and powerful. Everyone was a little doubtful. They didn't know where this powerful existence came from, and they couldn't help but guess that it was another high-level life form. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. After Mansher finished speaking, he actually retreated far away with a schwa sound. The crowd was in an uproar, and many people shook their heads in disappointment. However, in the next moment, their eyes focused, and they saw that one person didn't retreat. It was a young man in a black robe, holding a long saber with a scabbard in his hand. He stood on the ground like a tall tower. The golden gorilla rushed forward, triggering a violent energy storm. Within a radius of a few thousand meters, it turned into a violent ocean. However, in the center of the storm, the young man didn't move, and his eyes didn't blink. At this moment, everyone stared at the center of the violent ocean. Die. The golden gorilla approached and punched out. A dazzling light appeared, and this light broke through the violent ocean power and hit Ziqin below. With a punch, the fist light instantly approached Ziqin. At this moment, Ziqin's eyes moved slightly, and a touch of coldness flashed in his eyes. A clear sound of the saber being unsheathed rang out, and a shining light appeared between heaven and earth. Ziqin pulled out the saber, and the blade turned into 9, like a perfect fan opening, and went towards the fist light. Boom! The blade collided with the fist light, and the energy there was completely violent, and the vibration was constantly heard. The violent energy began to sweep and spread. Zi Chen's body flashed with silver light, and he stood motionless in the midst of the violent energy. As for the golden gorilla who had punched out, he did not retreat a single step. However, within his golden eyes, there was clearly a hint of astonishment. The berserk energy transformed into a storm that swept out in all directions, turning that place into an ocean of storms. The red-haired man's originally indifferent face changed because of the moment the storm formed, because he saw that the human had blocked the golden gorilla's attack. Although it wasn't the golden gorilla's strongest attack, such an attack was definitely not something that a mere human could block. A trace of a smile appeared in the depths of the young man's eyes. He thought to himself, "You do have some skills." In the distance, the crowd retreated until they were out of the range of the storm, and then they waited for the storm to disappear to see the outcome. The human should have been killed by one punch. The attack of a higher life form contains such a powerful force. That human will die without a doubt. Most of the people present were not optimistic about the human, because the higher life form was too strong, and this kind of consciousness had been deeply ingrained. Some people who knew Zichen and knew that Zichen was powerful had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. The violent energy dissipated, and the figures of the golden gorilla and Zichen appeared. Zichen's saber was attached to the golden gorilla's fist. As the energy dissipated, Zichen sheathed his saber, and the golden gorilla also withdrew his fist. The golden light in his golden eyes was dissipating. He snorted and said, "I didn't expect you to have some skills." Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for letting me win. You can block my attack, but you may not be able to block my second attack. You should know the gap between a higher life form and a human." The golden gorilla's voice became cold, and his aura surged again. Zichen's expression didn't change, and he still said faintly, "I'm willing to learn." Chapter 1436. While Zichen was talking to the golden gorilla, the surroundings were already in an uproar. They never would have thought that the human would actually be able to block the golden gorilla's attack. Although everyone could feel that it was not the golden gorilla's strongest attack, even if those humans who were comparable to higher life forms were able to block such a powerful attack, they would definitely be injured. At the very least, they would be forced to retreat. However, Zichen did not retreat even a single step. Furthermore, his complexion was rosy, and he did not show any signs of discomfort. At that moment, everyone had to admit that the human was very powerful. "This has nothing to do with you. If you leave now, we'll pretend that nothing happened." In the sky, the red-haired youth who was originally full of confidence frowned when he saw that the human had actually blocked the attack. Then he spoke to Zichen. Naturally, he would not take such a human to heart. Normally, if he dared to cause trouble like this, he would just slap him to death. However, today was not the case. He had planned for a long time before he managed to catch the wolf pup. He could not miss such an opportunity. Zichen raised his head and looked at the red-haired youth. A smile appeared on his face as he said indifferently, "Before you say that, I feel that you should first ask where I come from and which power I belong to." Once upon a time, a human dared to speak to him with such an attitude and tone. Disgust flashed through Jin Ming's eyes. That human was already on his must-kill list. However, after calculating the gains and losses, he could only choose to compromise for the time being. Thus he asked, "Where are you from?" He thought that the human wanted to save face, so he decided to fulfill his wish. However, after this, the human would definitely die. However, who would have thought that the human would say, "I come from Huping City, Huping City, Huping City, number 108. Whoosh! The originally quiet heaven and earth once again burst into an uproar. Huping City, from Huping City. Earlier, you said that there was no one in Huping City. I never thought that someone would really come. Furthermore, that person even blocked the Golden Gorilla's attack. What do you think? I've said it before. This time, some extraordinary existences have appeared in Huping City. That person is called Zichin. He's the leader of Huping City. Back then, it was him who fought against 13 human experts by himself. I saw it with my own eyes. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Uproars rang out continuously. Everyone looked at Zichin in disbelief. They had never expected that such a powerful existence would appear in Huping City this time. Jean Meng and Jean Ji's originally somewhat ugly expressions became gloomy because of Zichen's words. So you're saying that you're determined to die? Jean Meng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Zichin. Zichin shook his head and said, "You're wrong. You should say that we're determined to participate in this battle. But it's not certain who will live and who will die." Jean Meng coldly snorted and said, "You're quite confident." Zichin did not deny it and smiled. Then he turned his head and looked around. His indifferent eyes turned cold in the next instant. He first clasped his hands towards the surrounding people, then said with a neither warm nor cold voice, "Everyone, I am Zichin from Huping City. Today's matter is a grudge between my Huping City. I hope that those who are interested in watching the next battle will take a step back so that there won't be any unnecessary bumps and friction during the battle. Today, it is Huping City's honor that everyone is able to come here to watch the battle. Today, I, Zichin, will remember everyone because of this honor. When I have time in the future, I will definitely visit each and every one of you and get to know some friends." Just as Zichin was speaking, the sounds of discussion disappeared. After Zichin finished speaking, the entire world became silent. In just a few short sentences, Zichin had said a lot of important information. His words were very beautiful, but they also contained Zichin's unique threat. If they backed off today, they would be friends when they visited in the future. If they did not back off, they would probably have other intentions when they visited. This was a matter between higher life forms, so they naturally would not participate. Now that they heard Zichen's words, they also planned to back off. "Why should we back off? Are you threatening us?" Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out from the crowd. "That's right. Who do you think you are? Why should we back off just because you want us to? Are we your subordinates or your slaves? Or do you think that the people of Huping City think that you're stronger than all the other organizations?" Another cold voice rang out. A smile appeared on Zichen's indifferent face. He smiled. "Of course, that's not what I mean. I just hope that everyone won't interfere with us resolving our dispute." Most people said nothing. They all stopped one after another, quietly waiting for the matter to continue. Since someone had started it, they obviously would not let it go. "Resolve your dispute? Then you can resolve it. Why do you have to control where we stand? We can stand wherever we want," another voice rang out. However, this voice was indistinct, making it impossible to pinpoint the person's location. "Humph! A mere Huping City at the end of its lifespan dares to order us around and act like a boss before us? Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy?" A second voice rang out, coming from all directions. This was some kind of special method. Jean Gu and Jean Meng both looked at Zichin mockingly without saying a word. The young man in animal skin was also very calm. He did not feel the slightest bit of gratitude because of Zichen's appearance. The faint smile on Zichen's face disappeared and he regained his composure. However, this calmness was also filled with indifference. He clasped his fist again and said, "I believe everyone should know very well what exactly is going on." With that, Zichin turned to Wu Xie and said, "I'll leave it to you." Wu Xie nodded, after which he smiled. His originally evil face became even more sinister. His eyes were closed, but the vertical pupil at the center of his brows was slightly opening and closing. "What? You still want to attack? You want to silence us, but there are many people here. Can you? The voice rang out again, but this time before he could finish speaking, Wu Xie opened his eyes. A ray of death shot out from his vertical pupil. The ray of light passed through the crowd and landed on a relatively short cultivator. The indistinct voice that rang out disappeared as a result, and the short cultivator fell to the ground. We have the right to speak and the right to stand. You can kill one person, but can you kill all of us? A second voice rang out. This person had hidden himself well and believed that he had done a good job in controlling his voice, spreading it in all directions but not in his direction. Even so, Wu Xie still sensed it. The light of death descended, instantly killing this person. After killing the two people, Wu Xie closed the eye between his eyebrows. He looked at the crowd in front of him and said coldly, "No one is a fool. If you have the ability, then continue to cause trouble. However, please send someone a little stronger. Ordinary people are really not enough in front of me. At the very least, they have to be existences comparable to higher life forms. Only by killing them can I feel some kind of pleasure." Everyone was a little shocked. In fact, the two people were not weak at all. It was just that Wu Xie was too strong. Moreover, some people had already recognized that the two people who died were from the powerful force. Everyone here was a cultivator. Which one of them was not an extremely intelligent person? When the two people first spoke, they had already guessed the other party's identity. Because in this situation, who would be stupid enough to draw hatred for several forces? Who would be stupid enough to offend higher life forms? Humph, you can kill everyone. Another voice rang out. Then the person died. Wu Xie sneered and said, "Send someone stronger. There are many powerful humans, but what are you?" Another voice rang out. This time, the other party actually blocked Wu Xie's ray of death. Boom! However, in the next moment, the sky shook. A huge hammer fell from the sky and bombarded the cultivator's body. On the ground, a deep pit appeared. In the depths of the pit, there was a vague, human-shaped imprint. This person was already dead. Everyone was shocked because this person's combat strength was said to be comparable to higher life forms. However, he was killed in an instant just like that. Moreover, the one who attacked was not Ziqin, but one of the 9 people who retreated. In addition to Ziqin, 2 more people from Huping City's team attacked. However, the powerful strength that these 2 people displayed shocked everyone. Such a powerful deterrence caused the surroundings to fall silent. Jin Jiao and Jin Meng, who originally had a joking expression, had become gloomy. There was no good show to watch. Everyone could only retreat. They did not leave just now because they did not intend to target them. They were just waiting to watch a good show. Those who thought they were spectators all retreated. Those who stayed in place were naturally those who were ready to participate in the battle. These people were also scattered in a circle. Previously, they played the role of spectators. In fact, there was a certain number of formation masters hidden among them. Everyone retreated. Looking at the remaining people, Zichun smiled faintly and said to the red-haired young man, Jin Meng, "Higher life forms are so powerful that it is difficult to kill them. Even trapping them is not easy. These people should be your backup. I think there should be many formation masters among them." Jin Meng's face was gloomy and ugly. Formation masters who set up formations in advance were extremely powerful. This was something that even higher life forms had to admit. This time, they were scheming against the wolf pup, so they naturally used formation masters. However, Zichen's arrival completely messed up the situation. That was because Zichen and the others were all outside the formation. Adding on the fact that they were quite strong, it wasn't difficult for them to kill the formation masters outside the formation. Once the formation masters were killed, they would naturally be unable to continue trapping the wolf pup. This time, their scheme would also end in failure. Just as Jin Meng was hesitating whether to charge out and kill those people himself, he saw those people who had just retreated suddenly scatter and fly in 8 directions. They did not attack, but appeared behind those formation masters. Their eyes were very cold. Chue, who had just attacked, stood behind a relatively important formation master. Chapter 1437. Man-Shur and the others spread out and were ready to attack. Jin Gu and Jin Ming were not confident that they could kill the people of Huping City before the formation master died. The situation was in a stalemate. Zi Chen stood outside the formation and looked at Jin Gu with an indifferent expression. Jin Ji's expression was ugly, and so was Jin Ming. Especially the latter. In order to trap the wolf pup, he had made a careful plan and paid a great price in the process. But it was ruined by these people. The onlookers in the distance all held their breaths and remained silent. The atmosphere was slightly oppressive, and there was silence. It could be seen that this time the two high-level life forms were really in a difficult position and did not know whether to advance or retreat. The first to break the silence was Ziqin. He glanced at Jinge and looked up at Jinming, saying, "Do you want to fight or retreat? Please give me a straightforward answer. I'm very busy and don't have time to stand here and play silence with you." When the cultivators in the distance heard this, they were all stunned. Sure enough, everyone in Huping City was different. They were all high-level life forms that did not hold back. Jin Ming stared at Ziqin. His cold eyes seemed to want to tear him apart. "Do you really want to die?" Ziqin said indifferently, "Your threat is useless to me," or, "Do you really think you can kill me? Since you can scheme once, you should be able to scheme a second time, instead of being schemed against by you again and again. Why don't we settle our grudges today?" "What do you want?" Jin Ming asked coldly. He did not believe that if he did not make a move, those mere humans would dare to take the initiative to attack. "I, Ziqin, don't like to cause trouble and don't like to kill, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of trouble and won't kill. As for what I want, of course, it's to kill." Ziqin's indifferent eyes flashed with coldness. He shouted, "Kill." As soon as his voice fell, Man-Shur and the others who were already prepared immediately rushed towards those people with powerful auras surging around them. Roar! Roar! The roars of the beasts rang out. The first to attack were actually the beasts that Dongqing had tamed. It was as if they had already expected battle. As soon as Ziqin's voice fell, they had already launched their attacks. Moreover, they were all extremely powerful attacks. These battle beasts all had the bloodline of high-level life forms. Their realms had also broken through to the middle of the first Heaven King stage. Their combat power was very strong. The red-eyed boar demon spat out its saliva. The corrosive saliva instantly broke through a domain realm expert's defense and began to corrode his body and strength. A shrill scream rang out. The Aurora Pegasus turned into a stream of light. The horn on its forehead released powerful bolts of lightning. Wherever it passed, the domain realm cultivators fell. Boom! The transformed Man-Shur was like a steel giant as he charged towards the crowd in front of him. Numerous profounders at the region held domain weapons in their hands within the crowd, and their expressions were filled with vigilance and nervousness. When they saw Man-Shur arrive, they launched attacks successively. Bang! Man-Shur, who was moving at high speed, was like a towering mountain peak. Numerous attacks landed on his body and exploded with clanging sounds. He ignored all the attacks and crashed into the crowd. Energy vibrations rang out, and the people there were already in a complete mess. Just as Man-Shur broke through the crowd to find the array masters to kill, Wuxia, who had the undying body, also rushed in. He was not afraid of death, so naturally he was not afraid of close combat. Under his powerful attacks, cultivators fell one after another. There was a huge hammer in front of the heavy hammer. Wherever it passed, all the cultivators in its way were killed. Among the group, he was the most relaxed. A few other directions also had miraculous effects. Everyone was still in a state of shock because of Ziqin's word. They had never expected that the leader of Huping City, the one called Ziqin, would actually dare to take the initiative to attack. However, he really did take the initiative to attack and took control of the situation as quickly as possible. Go to hell! Jean Gorilla was furious, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. However, Ziqin, who was already prepared, only sneered and instantly drew his blade. A blade light more powerful than the previous one appeared. The blade light split into 9 and slashed towards Jean Gorilla in front of him. Jean Gorilla roared and threw a punch. Surging energy vibrated. This time, Ziqin did not retreat at all. Instead, Jean Gorilla took several steps back. Such a scene almost petrified everyone. Once upon a time, humans had become so powerful that they could actually challenge higher life forms. Die. Jean Meng saw that the battle had already begun and roared angrily. However, he did not have a chance to rush out of the encirclement before he was blocked by the young man in animal skin. Your opponent is me, the young man in animal skin said with a smile, looking at the young man in animal skin in front of him. Then looking outside the formation and the echoing screams, Jean Meng's face turned pale. He was unwilling to accept this, but he had to admit that his plan had failed. To be precise, it had been destroyed. He had to admit defeat. Stop, all of you, stop. Jean Meng shouted, his voice like thunder. Hearing this, the formation masters who were guarding one side decisively retreated. However, they were caught up and a few were killed. Only when Ziqin waved his hand did Manshur and the others give up the chase. The array left its original position. The array that had not been activated in the first place no longer existed. The young man in animal skin chuckled and walked towards Ziqin. Jean Meng and Jean Gorilla's eyes were fixed on Ziqin. Looking at their expressions, it seemed that the hatred between them was even greater than that of the young man in animal skin. Ziqin did not care about this. He just nodded at the young man in animal skin. Hu Pingcheng, right? Ziqin, right? I hope you can still smile when we meet next time, Jean Meng said coldly. Of course I can smile. I'm just a little worried about you. I'm worried that next time you won't be able to smile like today, Ziqin said with a smile. Humph, wait and see. Jean Meng snorted. I won't see you off. Ziqin replied indifferently. Jean Meng and Jean Gorilla led their people away, not even bothering to care about the bodies of their companions. This time their plan failed. Not only did they lose people, but they also lost face. Looking at those people leaving, many onlookers showed a gloating expression. Obviously, these higher life forms usually looked down on humans, but today they were humiliated in front of humans. Thank you. I'm Langxing, the young man in animal skin stepped forward to express his gratitude. You're welcome. I'm Ziqin. Ziqin smiled. I know you and I know you guys. Langxing said, Oh, you know us. Manshur, who had finished cleaning the battlefield, stepped forward and asked doubtfully. Ziqin began to introduce them one by one. Everyone nodded at Langxing. I don't know you guys, but I know the 5 of you. I've seen you before, but you definitely don't know that I was watching from afar. Langxing said. At this moment, those battle beasts rushed over and surrounded Langxing, looking very intimate. Among them were the crimson-eyed boar demon, the Aurora Pegasus, and the battle beasts tamed from that strange jungle. You're from there. Ziqin came to a realization, looking very surprised. Langxing nodded and said, That's right. I'm from Tiger God Mountain. Tiger God Mountain was the periphery of the jungle Ziqin and the others went to. When the people from Nanba Castle came, they also went to Tiger God Mountain, and there were some disagreements between the two sides. Therefore, after Langxing met the cultivators from Yanba Castle by chance, he also slightly schemed against them. Tiger God Mountain was quite famous in the entire Shantian prefecture, but unfortunately, the people of Huping City didn't know about it. Tiger God Mountain. So the Tiger God Mountain recorded in the ancient books is in that area. Shangguan Hong looked very surprised. She was born in Huping City and joined Hunter's castle early. She had read many ancient books, and one of them introduced the origin of Huping City. It was said that a faction called Tiger God Mountain built it, but for some reason, that faction disappeared later on. Shang Guanhong asked the question in her mind, and Lang Xing explained, Tiger God Mountain never disappeared, but it was isolated from the world and didn't want to participate in the disputes between other factions. They only come here every time the prefecture world opens. Usually, when people from Tiger God Mountain go out to train, they usually don't use the name of Tiger God Mountain. After chatting for a long time, Ziqin asked Lang Xing where he was going. I have a companion who should be in trouble. I need to rescue him, Lang Xing said. Then let's go together, Ziqin said. No, I can handle it alone. When they were chatting just now, Man Sure said that they were just passing by and were preparing to go to a secret place. Lang Xing obviously didn't want to waste their time. Okay then, be careful. The two sides said goodbye, and Lang Xing left. From beginning to end, Zi Chen and the others didn't ask Jin Meng why he was plotting against Lang Xing, and Jin Meng didn't tell them either. Let's go and try our luck. After watching Lang Xing leave, Zi Chen turned and looked in a certain direction. Today he encountered a high-level life form and was lucky enough to exchange 2 blows with it. It seemed that Zi Chen had the upper hand, but in fact, Zi Chen knew very well that there was still a gap between him and a real high-level life form. This was because he didn't rely on his own combat strength for the 2 attacks, but the power in the spirit gathering pearl. This kind of power was very strong, but it couldn't be sustained. Moreover, he knew very well that Jin Meng hadn't used his full strength. Although the 2 of them fought fiercely, and Zi Chen could guarantee that he wouldn't die, in terms of overall combat strength, he was weaker than Jin Meng. Moreover, Jin Meng's realm wasn't high. He was only at the early stage of the first domain realm. As for Lang Xing and Jin Meng's realms, Zi Chen didn't know, but it probably wasn't high. However, their combat strength was definitely very strong. Next, Zi Chen and the others took the flying device that they won and flew toward the place that the battle spirit stall owner had pointed out. The place was very far from the transaction place, almost 1,000,000 miles away. Even with the flying device's extreme speed, they still flew for a long time. When they arrived at the destination, Zi Chen and the others came down. After seeing everything in front of them, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Have we come to the end of the world? Looking at the dusky world, Man Sure asked in shock. Chapter 1438. In the dim world, a fault appeared. Beyond the fault was pitch black like an abyss. Occasionally, a silver light would flash past, illuminating the fault and the dark abyss of nothingness. This place was indeed like the end of the world. All kinds of power were distorted, and there were no rules to speak of. Is this really the end? Looking at the scene before them, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. We are in Tong Yu Tower. Even if this is the end, it is still the end of the tower and not the end of the world. The real world has no end. At the very least, no one has seen the end. Hammer's words woke everyone up from their shock. Indeed, this can only be considered the end of the tower, and it is limited to this level. Zi Chen nodded. Although it was the end of the tower, it was also the end of a space. It was the first time everyone had seen such a scene, so it was inevitable that they were shocked. The void lightning droplet is here. Shang Guanhong looked at Zi Chen with her beautiful eyes. Zi Chen nodded and said, "Let's continue. It's in the depths." When everyone stepped past the end of the level, their vision darkened, but it quickly became bright again. After passing through the fault, they came to outer space. The dark nothingness disappeared and was replaced by brightness. The brightness came from the lightning. There were many flashes of lightning here, and these lightning bolts were like huge dragons dancing in the air. The silver light was dazzling, but there was no vast thunder might spreading, nor was there any oppressive aura unique to lightning. Other than the lightning bolts, There was nothing else. It was very quiet, and there was even a hint of a peaceful aura. This place was really dangerous. Everyone was puzzled, and they could not understand. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the lightning. The moment he appeared, the lightning bolts swept past where he was. It looked like he had crashed into the lightning bolts. The lightning bolts swept past the cultivator, and his body began to glow, emitting streaks of lightning. These streaks of lightning were very bright, but they were not powerful or scary. However, in the next moment, everyone saw the cultivator's body explode. His body exploded, but there was still no sound around. It was very quiet, or rather, it could be said to be silent. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the few people could not help but change. It was clearly happening right in front of his eyes, but he felt like he was watching some kind of video. He had only just arrived, and he had already encountered such a strange situation. This should be a shattered space. The space here is not stable. What we are looking at should be a fragment of a shattered space. Although it is very close to us, we are not on the same plane. Thus, we cannot hear anything, Hammer said as everyone was feeling puzzled. Not on the same level. What do you mean? Man sure was puzzled. The others didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. Hammer pointed at the lightning bolts and explained, "This place used to be a piece of land. You can liken it to a mirror. One day, the mirror suddenly shattered. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it shattered into countless pieces. The land is like a mirror. Right now, we should be standing on a certain part of the mirror. Just now we saw that cultivator die. Because we happened to see it from a certain angle, the cultivator might not even be able to see us." Following Hammer's explanation, Zichen recalled the scene that had occurred on the 9th floor. A broken mirror, a continent. Could it be that this is really a broken world, and that's why the void lightning droplet was born? Shangguan Hong's beautiful eyes flashed with doubt. This was something that no one, not even Hammer, was clear about. Regardless of whether this is a broken world or not, this place is very dangerous. When moving forward, we must be careful, Hammer warned. Everyone nodded one after another. In the end, Zichen took the lead. Sure enough, as Hammer had said, after walking for several hundred meters, they felt the space around them changing again. It was as though they had left one space and arrived at another. Here, space was the fragment, and the fragment was another space. Once again, they felt as though they were on solid ground. However, Zichen's group was not the first to arrive. When they stepped onto the fragment, there were already many cultivators standing on the platform. These cultivators were gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Their eyes were also looking up at the sky. There were many flashes of lightning there, but there was still no suppressive aura. The arrival of Zichen's group did not attract too much attention. After all, there would be people coming here every day. Up in the sky, flashes of lightning streaked across the sky. However, there was no terrifying pressure. At first glance, everyone seemed to be inside a huge transparent light shield. The flashes of lightning above their heads were just outside the light shield. There were many cultivators on the platform. Their eyes were fixed on the flashes of lightning. The lightning was in the space. When the lightning moved, it meant that the space was moving as well. These people's eyes were shining. Each of them seemed to be deducing something, waiting for something. Unknowingly, energy, auras, surged out from their bodies. These energy auras were very powerful, comparable to those of higher life forms. In other words, most of the cultivators here were comparable to those of higher life forms. Just as everyone was watching, they saw a cultivator suddenly soar into the sky and fly towards a huge clump of lightning. Seeing this, many people who did not know what was going on were shocked. They wondered if this person was courting death. There were also some people who stared in the direction that the cultivator was heading. Swoosh! The cultivator rushed out of the space and entered the outside world. Logically speaking, he should have directly collided with the lightning and died. However, this did not happen. When his figure reappeared, he was in another place. It was a safe zone, without the slightest trace of lightning. The two sides were not far apart. Zichen saw it very clearly. After that cultivator appeared, his forehead was covered with cold sweat. His expression was nervous and full of fear. Obviously, he had taken a gamble with that jump. However, he had made the right bet. In the next moment, the expression on his face turned into a touch of joy. As if he had discovered something, he walked forward and his figure gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. When the crowd saw this scene, sighs and disappointment appeared on their faces. I wonder how long we have to wait this time. Exactly. Just now, one person went in. I didn't expect another one to go in this time. There are only 3 spots in total. This is great. We can't see anyone. Everyone shook their heads, looking very disappointed. However, there were even more people who quietly watched the flashes of lightning and quietly deduced. Zichen, who wanted to continue observing for a while and was about to go in, had a strange expression on his face when he heard that there were 3 spots. Everything that had happened here was strange. Hey, friend, what do you mean by the spots you mentioned just now? Are there any restrictions to entering here? Mansher walked towards a frustrated cultivator and patted him on the shoulder. That cultivator turned around and glanced at Mansher. He asked, "You just arrived, right?" Mansher nodded and asked, "Are there any rules?" The cultivator pointed forward. There was a small circular platform there. At the moment, there was no one on the platform. Outside the platform, there were several humans. The cultivator said, "If you want to live, there are rules. If you are not afraid of death, there are no rules." What do you mean? This place is caused by the shattering of space. Beneath our feet is the center of all the fragments. This place did not shatter along with it. At the same time, it is connected to the other fragments in the surroundings. However, it is easy to enter the other fragments, but it is very difficult to return. Coincidentally, there are 3 tokens here. Each token has one function, which is to return to the original place. Return to the original place? What if you die halfway? Mansher asked. The tokens will automatically return. The cultivator said there are a total of 3 tokens. Only 3 people can go in at a time. As for the others, they are waiting. Of course, if you don't want to come back, you can go anywhere. Mansher thanked him and expressed that he understood. There was no need to tell them when they came back because they had already heard it. Looks like we can only wait. Shang Guanhong was worried that Zichen would enter rashly, so she said. Everyone nodded. Wu Xie said, "It is better to wait. I think there will be a big battle later." Indeed, those who obtained the spots would return safely. Plus, there were no other rules here. There would definitely be a fierce battle. However, those who dared to come here were basically experts. They were very confident in their own battle strength. Most of them came with their companions. While they were talking, a ray of light rushed out from the lightning and landed on the platform. Dead, another one died. Everyone let out cries of surprise. The cultivator who had been waiting outside the small platform grabbed the token and stepped onto the platform. Then he charged forward and disappeared. He died. He must have been too greedy. Indeed, if he wasn't so greedy and came back directly, he shouldn't have died. Everyone was discussing. They were still waiting patiently. Zichen's gaze was fixed on the lightning. His eyes flashed as he continued to deduce. Just like that, the tokens flew back one by one. Then, one by one, the cultivators rushed into the sky. Most of these cultivators were very confident. After taking the first step, they would definitely be able to survive. However, after a while, the tokens would automatically return. On the platform, the number of cultivators was decreasing. However, there were still some cultivators filling in. Most of them were like Zichen, staring at the lightning and deducing. Those lightning bolts are very scary. Even if an existence comparable to a high-level life form rashly enters, he will die. Some cultivators were still discussing. As for Ziqin, who was gradually deducing, his pitch-black eyes lit up. Swoosh! Everyone was still deducing. The tokens had yet to return. However, Ziqin's figure soared into the sky and directly rushed towards the lightning bolts. Do you have a death wish? Seeing this scene, a cultivator's face was filled with shock. Chapter 1439. Ziqin leaped into the air abruptly. Shang Guanhong and the others exclaimed, their faces full of worry. Was he looking for death? Some people raised their heads to look at Ziqin, who was soaring into the sky. Everyone had different expressions. At this moment, Ziqin's voice sounded in everyone's mind. It'll be fine. As soon as the voice sounded, Ziqin appeared outside the space. Then he went straight ahead and encountered a ball of lightning. He plunged into the lightning and disappeared. It looked like he was swallowed by the lightning. Idiot, there's no need to rush to die. Could it be that he suffered a blow and couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide? That's very likely. When the others saw Ziqin disappear, they sneered and mocked him. However, they seemed to have overlooked one point, which was why Ziqin was moving in a straight line. Why was he able to move in a straight line? Ziqin leaped up suddenly. Naturally, he was mentally prepared. As a thunder warrior, he was very familiar with lightning energy. Therefore, when the others stood there, they couldn't sense anything, but Ziqin could. He could sense which space had weak lightning energy and which space had strong lightning energy. At the same time, he could accurately sense the real location of the nearby spaces. Ziqin plunged into the lightning. In the eyes of the others, he was looking for death. Indeed, if an ordinary person entered, they would die. However, Ziqin was a thunder warrior. The power around him was lightning. When he controlled lightning, he had a great immunity to lightning. Ziqin rushed into the lightning. To the outside world, there was only one dragon. In fact, the entire space was filled with lightning and was full of destructive power. Ziqin's body flashed with lightning. He activated the Thunder King body. Lightning raged, but it didn't attack Ziqin. Ziqin stood in the middle of the thunderbolts and felt the terrifying might of the thunderbolts. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Then he began to move forward in the lightning, as if to check if there were any void lightning droplets. Ziqin did not use the previous void thunder droplet. He was worried that a single droplet would not be enough to revive the void tree. Ziqin quickly walked to the end of this space. He didn't find anything, but he wasn't disappointed. This place really isn't big. Previously, he had been searching for something and also measuring the size of this space. As Ziqin had sensed earlier, this place was not very big. Ziqin walked back to the center of this space, where the lightning was the most violent. If a human comparable to a higher life form were to come here, he would probably be blasted into pieces in an instant. Ziqin sat there cross-legged. Lightning flashed around his body, and a shining Xingqian gradually appeared on his chest. When lightning Xingqian appeared, the lightning in this area went completely berserk. Around Ziqin, within the flickering lightning, a suction force appeared. The surrounding lightning was pulled towards Ziqin by this suction force. Lightning flashed as the power of lightning started to temper his body. Just like how Ziqin had tempered his body countless times with sky lightning, the 9-star Thunder King body was more thorough. The 9-star Thunder King body, coupled with Ziqin's perfect body, made the tempering process even more perfect. The lightning in the surroundings was not infinite. As Ziqin absorbed it, the lightning in this area became thinner and weaker. In the end, it completely disappeared. At Ziqin's chest, a clear mark appeared on the shining, lightning Xingqian. This mark was like a unique mark that was deeply imprinted on Xingqian's body. Ziqin's constitution also became stronger as the mark became clearer. When the mark became clearer, Zichen's physical body started to grow from the initial stage of the first-grade domain realm. Once the second mark appeared, Zichen's physical strength would also reach the mid-stage of the first-grade domain realm. In the Manor realm, the higher life forms did not have high cultivation realms. However, they were strong because of their physical strength and unique special abilities. Every higher life form could fight someone of a higher cultivation realm. Even after the lightning in this area completely disappeared, Zichen still did not manage to carve a second inscription. He was slightly disappointed by this, but relatively speaking, his growth rate was already very fast. 8 days passed quickly. During these 8 days, Shang Guanhong and the others were filled with worry. As for the others, they had already forgotten about the guy who had committed suicide. Occasionally, they would think of him as a joke. Because of this, Man Sure had gotten into conflict with others more than once. During these 8 days, the token had returned a few times. However, no one had come back alive. From this, it could be seen how dangerous this place was. As for that battle spirit stall owner, he was extremely lucky to be able to leave this place alive and even bring back a void lightning droplet. 8 days had passed and no one had come back. Although they were very confident in Zichen, they could not help but feel worried. Will Big Brother Zichen be okay? Guwen muttered. I don't think so, Guwen whispered. Zichen was the backbone of everyone. Naturally, nothing could happen to him. Everyone was very worried when they did not see him for a long time. However, in the next moment, Shang Guanhong's worried eyes lit up. She exclaimed, He's out. Zichen is out. Following this exclamation, the crowd once again lifted their heads, only to see that Zichen was standing in a very spacious and safe area. That area was in fact the area that had previously been filled with lightning. When everyone saw Zichen, they started to cheer loudly. However, Zichen did not react. He can't hear us. He can't see us either, Hammer said. Regardless of whether he could see or hear them, Zichen was still alive. Everyone was relieved to know that. It's him. He's not dead. How is this possible? I clearly saw him dive into the lightning. How can he still be alive? Did I see a ghost? A person who should be dead is actually still alive. The other cultivators who saw Zichen dive into the lightning were in disbelief when they saw Zichen alive. At this moment, Zichen did not notice the existence of others. He looked around again and carefully sensed other places. He stood there for an entire day. Why is he standing there? He's been standing there for an entire day. He's not coming back. He doesn't have the token. He can't come back at all. Even if he's alive, he'll die in the end. During this day, the token did not appear. Everyone's discussion about Zichen did not stop. Under everyone's gazes, Zichen suddenly moved. He took a step forward and left the safe area. In the next moment, he arrived at another fragment area. That's lightning. He actually encountered lightning again. This time, he's dead for sure. He definitely won't be so lucky this time. He's dead for sure. The lightning this time was much stronger than the previous one. In everyone's opinion, it should be more dangerous than the previous one. In fact, that was not the case. It was just that this fragment was bigger and the lightning energy was denser. Although it was very easy to kill humans who were comparable to higher life forms, the power was not much stronger than the previous one. This time, Zichen checked around again. After finding nothing, he sat down cross-legged again and began to absorb the lightning energy here. He's dead. He died just like that. He's lucky. He's just too stubborn. If he had the token, he could have come back alive. Everyone sighed. Of course, there were some people who were mocking him. However, when they met Mansher's cold eyes, they obediently shut their mouths. In these few days, Mansher had used his fists to prove his powerful battle strength to everyone. Time passed again. The token flew back on its own. Still, no one could come back alive. Shang Guanhong and the others waited here for Zichen. No one tried to enter this fragment. As more and more cultivators died, the number of cultivators who dared to enter this fragment decreased. More and more people chose to deduce the safe area. Zichen stayed in the middle of the sea of lightning, absorbing the power of the lightning. On his chest, the imprint became clearer and deeper. Once the imprint reached a certain limit, a second imprint would appear. As the lightning in the second area became thinner, the mark on Zichen's chest finally reached a limit. Immediately after, the rune stopped expanding. Below it, an extremely dim and even illusory rune appeared. With the appearance of this mark, a powerful aura surged around Zichen. This aura belonged to the middle stage, first domain realm. Zichen's physical body realm had a breakthrough at this moment. With the breakthrough of his physical body, his battle strength had also increased tremendously. With Zichen's breakthrough, the remaining lightning in this area gathered crazily toward Zichen. In an instant, they were completely absorbed by Zichen. With the breakthrough of his physical body, Zichen's absorption power had also increased tremendously. Feeling the powerful energy around him, Zichen nodded with satisfaction and walked forward. As his figure reappeared before everyone's eyes, the people on the safety platform once again exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked at Zichen in disbelief. He's not dead yet. Not only is he not dead, but he seems to have become stronger. His body is flashing with lightning. He has actually absorbed the lightning energy. No wonder he could live for so long. It's said that the lightning energy can only be absorbed under certain circumstances. I didn't expect this person to be so lucky. If he's still alive after so long, he must have gained a lot. The shocked crowd was also discussing spiritedly. At the same time, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Manshur and the others were disdainful of these people's inner thoughts. At this moment, Zichen seemed to be stronger than before. He should have broken through. These people were simply courting death if they had any ideas about Zichen. After the breakthrough, Zichen's perception of lightning had become more sensitive. This time, he did not stay in the same spot for long. Then he took a step forward. His figure disappeared and reappeared. Zichen came to an empty area. There was no lightning in this area. Zichen's pupils shrank subconsciously. This was because he saw something in this empty area. It was a teardrop that seemed to be void but flashing with lightning from time to time. Void lightning droplet. P.S. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. I wish everyone a happy New Year's Day in advance. Farewell to 2014 and welcome 2015. I wish everyone a happy New Year. I hope everyone will be in a good mood in the new year. Your career and studies will be thriving. Thank you to the friends who are still supporting Lei Wu. Thank you for your companionship. I hope you are healthy, safe, and happy. Chapter 1440. In front of him, there was only one void lightning droplet. It completely attracted Zichen's attention. It was rumored that the void lightning droplet was the product of a world's collapse. It contained the destructive power of lightning, the vitality of the world's collapse, and the despair and unwillingness of the world's creatures. Zichen looked at the void lightning droplet in front of him, but he did not take the initiative to approach it. Out of caution, he did not think that it would be so easy to obtain a treasure. Zichen's black eyes turned gold and silver. This was the yin-yang eye, which had the same effect as the delusion breaker eye. Under the yin-yang eye, everything became clearer. Around the void lightning droplet, there would occasionally be slashes. These slashes could not be seen or sensed under normal circumstances. Seeing these slashes, Zichen's pupils could not help but shrink. This was because these slashes left marks in the air. Clearly, they were very powerful. These slashes did not have any pattern. Zichen could only carefully move forward and avoid them. Soon, Zichen arrived in front of the void lightning droplet. With one hand holding the saber, He grabbed at the void lightning droplet with the other. A sudden change occurred. A sharp spike suddenly appeared in the air and pierced toward Zi-Chen's heart. This stab was fast and ruthless. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it, and even if they did, they would not be able to react. Fortunately, Zi-Chen was not an ordinary person. Just as the sharp spike was about to reach his chest, a scabbard blocked it. Ding! In this empty space, a soft sound suddenly rang out. The spike was blocked by the scabbard. It blocked the attack, but the powerful thrust of the attack caused Zi-Chen to involuntarily retreat. Zi-Chen's unchanging expression changed drastically as he retreated. Almost without any hesitation, his body began to flash with lightning. Thunder roared continuously from within his body. His heart began to beat violently, transmitting a powerful force. A lightning chun appeared in his heart. On this lightning Xingqin, there were 2 marks, one deep and one shallow. He had reached the 1-star, 2-vein Lightning King physique. Chi, chi, chi. Just as the Thunder King physique was revealed, a spatial tear streaked across Zi-Chen's body, instantly breaking through one of his lightning defenses. A gash appeared and golden blood flowed out. In just 3 short steps, Zi-Chen had suffered dozens of slash attacks. His body was also covered with dozens of wounds, each of which had blood gushing out. After 3 steps, Zi-Chen steadied himself and retreated to a safe area behind him. He had only seen the attack, but he did not see what it was. Swoosh! However, before Zi-Chen could reply, a black figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of him. Soon after, the spike that had just disappeared appeared once again. Pooh! Zi-Chen's chest was instantly pierced through. Immediately after, a human figure appeared. However, this human had the head of an eagle and a pair of eyes as sharp as lightning. He was not a human, but a battle spirit. Looking at the human figures that were gradually dispersing, the smile that had just stretched on the corner of the war spirit's mouth slowly froze. Then, its eyes became cold and stern. It was an afterimage. This was the first time he had failed to assassinate a human. Most people died after 1 attack. Very few people could make him use a second attack. However, this guy in front of him had blocked 2 attacks. To be precise, it was 3 attacks, because the spatial tear was also counted. Zi-Chen appeared dozens of meters away. The heavenly thunder wings on his back were flapping. In the face of the sneak attack, just now, he had displayed the Thunder King physique and quickly used his extreme speed to dodge the attack. After the sneak attack, Zi-Chen finally understood why so many cultivators came here, but so few returned alive. He was already very vigilant and used his yin-yang eyes. However, he still fell into the trap. If it were not for the fact that his Thunder King physique had broken through to the 1st level and blocked the spatial tear, and that he had the fastest footwork in the world, he would have died just now. Human, you're not bad. The eagle-headed battle spirit stared at Zi-Chen indifferently. Although it was praising him, there was no appreciation in its eyes. Zi-Chen looked at the other party without saying a word. He was shocked. The eagle-headed battle spirit's expression suddenly changed, and it exclaimed, "No, you're not human. You're from the Thunder Clan." "What's the difference?" Zi-Chen asked curiously. "Thunder Clan? Haha, you're actually from the Thunder Clan. This is great." The eagle-headed battle spirit laughed. Its laughter was filled with carefreeness and comfort. It was obvious that it was very happy to see Zi-Chen. However, Zi-Chen was not happy at all. This was because there was an undisguised, killing intent in the other party's laughter. Sure enough, the eagle-headed battle spirit stared at Zi-Chen and said coldly, "I don't need to stay in this broken place after killing you. I've been waiting for a long time and killed many humans. However, it's not enough. Since you're here, it's enough to just kill you." "What do you mean?" Zi-Chen asked with a frown. The eagle-headed battle spirit sneered and said, "You'll understand after you die and turn into a battle spirit. However, you're not even in the domain realm. You probably won't have the chance to turn into a battle spirit. So die." After saying this, the eagle-headed battle spirit rushed towards Zichen. It actually ignored the spatial tear. Under the yin-yang eye, Zichen saw that the other party did not ignore it. Instead, it dodged at an extremely fast speed. Looking at its skillful movements, it was obvious that it had practiced for a long time. The spike in the other party's hand was actually a long and sharp sickle. The blade flashed with a cold light as it stabbed towards Zichen. Clang! Zichen did not draw his blade. Instead, he slashed forward with the scabbard. This was his beheading blade. It was very familiar and very powerful. This blade blocked the eagle-headed battle spirit's attack. Zichen's figure swayed slightly and dissolved the force. Previously, he had not been prepared and had suffered a loss. Now that he was prepared, the eagle-headed battle spirit, which was not very powerful, was no longer a threat to Zichen. The eagle-headed battle spirit seemed to have realized this. After the attack, it stopped attacking. Instead, it retreated and entered the many spatial tiers. It looked coldly at Zichen. Its figure changed slightly. The spatial tears that were approaching passed by it. They did not even touch the corners of its clothes. Seeing this scene, Zichen was a little surprised, but he was not surprised. The other party had been here for a long time and was familiar with everything here. It was familiar with the trajectory of the spatial tiers. It was normal for it to have a premonition. "Do you think you'll be fine if you hide inside?" Zichen asked with a faint smile. The eagle-headed battle spirit's face turned ugly. It shouted, "Hide? I'm a supreme existence. How can I hide from a lowly human like you? Despicable human. You must have been from a foreign race when you were alive," Zichen sneered. "We are from the god race," the eagle-headed battle spirit emphasized. Its tone was firm and proud. "All right, god race, I'll send you on your way now." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, he drew his saber. A shining saber light appeared. The saber light split into 9. The first beam was in front of Zichen, but the 9th beam was in front of the eagle-headed battle spirit. Wherever the saber light passed, the spatial tiers were cut open. Zichen did not believe that the other party had a physical strength comparable to his. When the eagle-headed battle spirit saw this saber, its eyes immediately widened. There was a look of disbelief in its eyes. It could feel danger from this saber. It was the danger of death. This was the first time it had felt such danger in so many years. This saber had sealed off all its escape routes. It could only move forward and attack. It gritted its teeth and shouted. It took a step forward. The ground trembled. The scythe in its hand released light, and a powerful aura appeared. The scythe and saber light met. PFFF! The glowing scythe wasn't able to block Zichen's saber light that split into 9. The saber light instantly passed through the scythe and then the eagle-headed battle spirit's body. The scythe's light dimmed and the scythe itself dissipated into energy. Ah! The eagle-headed battle spirit's expression froze in the next moment. Its body split in 2 and then fell backwards. After its body fell to the ground, it also dissipated. In a more accurate sense, a battle spirit didn't have a corporeal body. Everything was condensed from energy. After killing the battle spirit, Zichen cautiously approached the void thunder droplet and then put it away. However, he had some doubts in his heart. Why did the battle spirit say that he could leave after killing him? Besides the void thunder droplet, there was nothing else here. Zichen carried his doubts and moved to the next fragment. Next, Zichen saw that the fragments were no longer empty. There were some ancient buildings on some fragments. However, these buildings had long been damaged and their rays were all broken. There was nothing valuable left. There was a lot of thunder energy here. To others, this was a very dangerous place. However, to Zichen, this was a cultivation treasure. The thunder energy here could be used for his cultivation. While cultivating, it could also help him comprehend battle skills. On the platform, Shangguan Hong and the others were still patiently waiting. Now, they were no longer worried that something would happen to Zichen. This was because Zichen had appeared many times. The 3 entry tokens were placed on the small platform. After that, no one stepped onto it. Everyone seemed to be studying the fragments around them. In fact, they were waiting like Shangguan Hong and the others. They were also waiting for Zichen to come out. Then, they would rush up and snatch the other party. This was because Zichen had appeared many times. In everyone's opinion, he should have obtained a lot of good things. There were also some people who were trying to summon other companions. They felt that these people wouldn't be easy to deal with. Manshur and the others knew what the people on the platform were thinking. However, they didn't care. Zichen didn't know what was happening on the platform. He had been cultivating and comprehending the meteorite Thunder King Fist. Then he searched for void thunder droplets. He already had 5 void thunder droplets. Zichen decided to give it a try. He wanted to see if the void thunder droplet could revive a void tree. However, at this moment, Zichen arrived at another fragment. There were many buildings on this fragment, and some of them were extremely well preserved. Zichen could still feel waves of pressure from these buildings. In addition, when Zichen arrived, he saw a scene. This scene seemed to be the reason why this world had shattered. Chapter 1441. The scene was filled with lightning, bright lightning, vast amounts of lightning, endless amounts of lightning. This was an ocean formed by lightning. Zichen looked at the sea in front of him and secretly guessed that this should be the scene before the world completely collapsed. But he found that he guessed wrong. This sea of lightning was filled with endless lightning. However, these lightning bolts were not violent, nor were they terrifying. In fact, they even had a trace of a peaceful aura. In this sea of lightning, sometimes there were people riding on swords, sometimes there were people riding on beasts. They shuttled freely in the lightning and did not suffer any attacks. As the figures flashed, the sea of lightning also surged. Then, Zichen saw that there were people and beasts cultivating in this sea of lightning. There was a strange beast with 2 horns on its head breathing in the sea of lightning. There was a crystal ball emitting lightning in front of it, which seemed to be its inner core. There was also a cultivator using this lightning to temper his body. The surface of his body was surging with lightning. When Zichen saw the several Xing-Qin flashing lightning at his chest, his expression changed instantly. This was a body tempering technique that he was very familiar with, the 9-star Thunder King body. The other party was using the 9-star Thunder King body, which proved that he was from the Thunder Clan. In other words, this world filled with lightning should be the world where the Thunder Clan lived. The scene changed. The sea of lightning disappeared, and rows of towering buildings appeared. These buildings also emitted lightning. It was very bright, but not dazzling. Next, Zichen saw a cultivator practicing his footwork. It was the world's fastest speed, 9 lightning flashes, which Zichen was very familiar with. However, the former's attainment was obviously much higher than Zichen's. With every step the other party took, his figure was constantly disappearing, as if he was teleporting. The other party had completely merged the power of space with extreme speed footwork. Seeing the other party practicing his footwork, Zichen was a little embarrassed. His 9 lightning flashes was not complete, and the other party's was not complete. The difference between the two was not big, but Zichen could barely reach that level of disillusionment by relying on the heavenly thunder wings. He was still far from being able to do as he pleased. Zichen calmed himself down and released his perfect spiritual senses. He began to pay attention to the changes in his opponent's footwork and imprinted these changes in his mind. Zichen had completely memorized these footwork changes, but he found it very difficult to imprint them in his mind. It was as if these images could not exist in this world. Even if they were engraved with a perfect spiritual sense, they were still blurry. The footwork that he had just memorized also gradually became blurry as the spiritual sense engravings became blurry. In this kind of situation, it was as if there was a kind of resistance from the unseen world that prevented him from engraving and remembering. It was as if he was just a passerby who didn't need to leave any traces here. Just as Zi-Chun was trying to figure out what was going on, he saw the cultivator performing the extreme speed footwork change again. This time, it was even more exquisite and profound than before. As he took a step forward, the stable space around him suddenly began to distort. His footsteps caused the space around him to change. With his body as the point, he caused the space around him to tremble. Zi-Chen's eyes widened when he saw this scene. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This time the other party was just practicing, but Zi-Chen could sense from the distorted space that the speed he was about to show was definitely the true extreme speed. This was because the space in front of him became unstable. It was like a distorted mirror that was divided into many regions. As long as he wanted to, he could step into other regions at any time. This extreme speed had already surpassed teleportation, the earth-shrinking technique, and the speed that everything in the world could achieve. This was because he was crossing space, crossing regions, and even crossing worlds. This was obviously the true 9 deaths of thunder and lightning, the most complete 9 deaths of thunder and lightning. Zi-Chen widened his eyes and carefully observed the cultivator's changing footwork. The perfect spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness was also copying this footwork over and over again. The cultivator from the Thunder clan wouldn't realize that there was a descendant who appeared many years later and was spying on him. In the next moment, his footwork changed again. This time around, the spatial energy around the other party calmed down. The spatial energy was no longer distorted. However, his body became extremely blurry. Waves of extremely mysterious energy appeared on the surface of his body. Zi-Chen widened his eyes and wanted to see the next change in the footwork clearly. However, he couldn't see it clearly at all. Even as he analyzed it with his spiritual sense, he felt dizzy. He couldn't tell which was which and which was which. This feeling was very contradictory and strange. Zi-Chen wanted to vomit, but he couldn't. He couldn't express it with words either. It was like the wrong time had passed. Yes, the wrong time had passed. Time was chaotic. Zi-Chen's eyes widened to the limit, and his face was filled with shock. He exclaimed, "Time, yes, it's time." The cultivator's body became blurry because his surroundings were filled with the blurry power of time. What changed in the end was actually time. Oh my God, the world's fastest speed. So this is the true meaning of the world's fastest speed. Zi-Chen's mind was shaken. He lost his composure and exclaimed. His voice echoed in this world. What was the world's fastest speed? Shrinking the earth into inches. Teleportation. Stepping on space meridians to move forward. Crossing space, crossing regions, crossing realms. No, it wasn't anything. It was to change the change of time, change the flow of time, and change the direction of time. From there, it could accelerate time, stop time, or even reverse time. The world's fastest speed. This was the true world's fastest speed. At this moment, Zi-Chen finally understood why his perfect spiritual sense couldn't successfully copy this footwork. It was because this footwork was too shocking, too heaven-defying, and couldn't be tolerated by the world. At this moment, the power of time around the cultivator disappeared. He stood quietly in the field, but his eyes were filled with doubt and contemplation. Could it be that this footwork hasn't been perfected yet? Seeing the other party pondering, Zi-Chen couldn't help but guess. However, in the next moment, Zi-Chen found that the other party suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Zi-Chen couldn't see the other party's face clearly. He could only see a pair of eyes. It was a pair of eyes as bright as Xing Chen's. Those eyes seemed to have gone through the baptism of endless time, as if they had crossed over endless time and seen the future from the past. In Zichen's eyes, there was only this pair of bright eyes left. He was deeply attracted by this pair of eyes. Suddenly, a ball of golden light shot out from those bright eyes. This golden light passed through the obstacles of time and space, passing through the past and the future, and headed toward Zichen. Zichen saw the golden light and also saw a figure in the golden light. It seemed to be a figure who was displaying the world's fastest footwork. Around this figure, time and space were in disarray. He was crossing through space and time. This is an inheritance. Zichen's eyes were wide open, and his breathing became rapid. He was completely awake, but he couldn't move his eyes away. He could only look directly at the pair of bright eyes in front of him. It was as if the eyes of the two connected a passage from the past to the future. Buzz! At this moment, the world trembled and a vast aura emerged. This aura was like the might of the heavens. It forcefully descended from the sky and fell into the passage that connected the past and the future. Then, a beam of destructive light appeared and shot toward the golden figure. Around the golden figure, the power of time and space surged even more violently. His figure became even more illusory. Every step he took, he passed through endless time and space. Clearly, he was speeding up in the long river of time. However, this beam of destructive light was even more terrifying and faster. It represented the might of the heavens and the rules of the world. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It landed on the golden figure and instantly shattered it. No, Zichen shouted. The passage that connected the two disappeared the moment the golden figure shattered. Golden blood flowed out of Zichen's eyes. However, just as the passage disappeared, there was still a small dot of light that successfully entered Zichen's eyes. Although this dot of light was so small that it could be ignored, it was like a seed that was buried in Zichen's heart. As long as there was enough opportunity, this seed would gradually germinate until it fully matured and bloomed. Zichen was very upset that the inheritance was destroyed. However, he didn't know that the entire 9-story Tongyu Tower trembled the moment the beam of destructive light appeared. This tremor seemed to shake the foundation of the entire Tongyu Tower. Many buildings collapsed, and many formations outside the ruins collapsed. Many inheritances that should have been hidden deep in the ruins also appeared, one after another. The Thunder Clan is indeed one of the ancient clans. They are indeed extraordinary. To be able to see a corner of the future from the past and forcibly pass on a technique. But they were still detected. In the end, they didn't succeed. This kind of otherworldly technique is not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. It shouldn't exist in the world. If it appears, it will probably lead to a bloodbath. But even if it doesn't appear, a bloodbath will eventually come. Sigh, I wonder who will be the one to carry the flag this time. No one could hear the conversations in the void. At that moment, the cultivators in the Domain Manor realm all rushed madly toward the ruins that had appeared. Things like the spirit-channeling realm crystals also appeared frequently, causing a frenzied scramble for them. Even the high-level life forms found some things that they were interested in and then traveled through the ruins that had revealed a corner. They seemed to have made a major discovery. As for Zichen, he watched in astonishment as the buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. What had caused all this was merely the remnant power of the light beam of destruction in the tunnel. However, this remnant power had destroyed everything in this place. If Zichen hadn't erected his own reality space at the critical moment to defend himself, he would have been destroyed along with the buildings. This trace of power had destroyed everything, including the image. Zichen had lost the opportunity to obtain the inheritance. However, the image reassembled in the next moment. Just as Zichen was pleasantly surprised that the inheritance was still there, he saw an even more shocking scene. Chapter 1442. The peaceful lightning was disturbed by a mysterious aura. This aura descended from the sky. It was very sudden. The cultivators and the lightning and the Thunder clan didn't notice it at all. This mysterious aura wasn't the aura of the heavenly Tao that Zi-Chun encountered earlier. It was another type of aura. This aura was similar to the law of destruction that Zi-Chun comprehended. It didn't come from this world, but from another world. This aura broke through the void and landed in the Thunder clan, forming a passageway that connected heaven and earth. The passageway was bright and dazzling, emitting a vast aura. The people of the Thunder clan sensed that something was wrong. They rushed out from the lightning and attacked the passageway. In an instant, Zi-Chun saw many powerful spells belonging to the Thunder clan. Someone summoned divine lightning, and it descended from the sky, blasting towards the passage. Someone summoned a lightning dragon. The lightning dragon emitted a powerful aura and attacked the passageway. In the sky, the void broke open again. Huge rocks appeared one after another. These rocks emitted lightning and were dazzling. It was unknown whether they were meteorites or meteorites. They whistled and smashed into the passageway. In an instant, many people of the Thunder clan launched their attacks. Many powerful techniques were displayed. Only a few of these techniques were recognized by Zi-Chun. He had never seen or heard of the others before. However, when the attacks landed on the passageway, they only caused small ripples. From this, one could see how sturdy the passageway was, until a powerful existence appeared. As he struck out with his palm, a palm imprint appeared in the sky. This palm imprint filled the entire sky and then moved towards the passageway. The entire passageway began to tremble violently. However, before the palm imprint could destroy the passageway, a beam of light rushed out from the passageway. This was a dazzling light. It directly penetrated the palm imprint and arrived in this world. The beam of light transformed into a figure. He held a sword in his hand. The sword was very bright, and his body was also emitting light. Zi-Chun couldn't see the sword or the figure's appearance clearly. Following that, more beams of light appeared. These beams of light transformed into figures. These figures were glowing, and the aura around them stirred up the space here. Following that, a great battle broke out. Many silhouettes of light charged towards the cultivators from the Thunder clan, and one by one, the cultivators from the Thunder clan fell. However, there were also some silhouettes of light that disappeared. Every silhouette of light represented a cultivator. Just as Zi-Chun was guessing who the light shadow was, he saw a familiar weapon in the light shadow. It was a weapon that looked like a scythe. It was thin and long, and it was held in the hands of the light shadow. The silhouette of the silhouette flickered. Its speed was extremely fast. With a ruthless slash of its scythe, the cultivators from the Thunder clan were killed one after another. Zi-Chun was very familiar with that scythe. It was the weapon that the alien war spirit had previously used. Moreover, it was an illusion. Naturally, the identity of the light shadow was also obvious. The outsiders had arrived. The battle was still going on, but the image had disappeared. The remaining energy in this place was no longer enough to maintain the image. This region was completely destroyed. The outermost space began to collapse. This place was about to collapse and disappear. Not being able to see the final image, Zi-Chun could only leave even though he was unwilling in his heart. In the next region, Zi-Chun encountered lightning once again. However, this time he was focused on the aftermath of the image. He no longer had the heart to cultivate. With a flip of his hand, a large cauldron appeared. This was the everlasting pill cauldron that Zi-Chun hadn't used for a long time. After the everlasting pill cauldron landed, it grew in size. It was like a huge mountain, exuding a simple and ancient aura. Following that, a strong suction force appeared from the cauldron and began to absorb the lightning here. Zi-Chun now knew that this lightning wasn't some destructive lightning. It was the lightning that belonged to the Thunder clan. Originally, They were very orderly and gentle. Zi Chen wasn't clear about the process of that battle. However, he could already guess the result. The world of the Thunder Clan had collapsed and turned into this. A huge vortex appeared out of thin air. All the lightning was sucked into the vortex. After collecting the lightning, Zi Chen left this fragment. After stepping into 3 fragments, Zi Chen finally saw another image. When that image appeared, it was also lightning. Following that, he saw a person practicing a technique. However, it wasn't the 9 lightning deaths. Instead, it was an extremely powerful lightning technique. It seemed to be able to summon lightning from the void. However, just like before, this technique couldn't exist in the world. Zi Chen's spiritual sense couldn't copy it at all. Because he didn't have insight into the past and future, there was no forced transmission of the technique this time. However, the next battle image clearly showed the degree of tragedy of that battle. The people of the Thunder Clan were very powerful. All kinds of powerful lightning techniques dazzled Zi Chen. However, the foreign races who came prepared were even stronger. One of them was holding a trident. He turned into a light shadow. Wherever he passed, many cultivators of the Thunder Clan died. Another one was the sword-wielding shadow who rushed out at the beginning. The shadow's sword light turned into a line. Wherever this line passed, even space was cut open. The powerful defense of the Thunder Clan was nothing in front of this shadow. Another one was holding a saber. He was tall, and the power of his saber seemed to be able to split the sky. Of course, there were also powerful existences in the Thunder Clan. They weren't weaker than those 3 experts at all. The foreign races also suffered heavy casualties. The battle was very fierce. The shock waves were very strong. In the end, it caused this world to completely collapse. Except for a few people of the Thunder Clan who rushed out, the others were all killed by the collapse of this world. When the world collapsed, a mysterious power appeared. This power was illusory and contained rich life essence. This was the foundation of this world's vitality. Some of them dissipated with the collapse of this world. Some changed after encountering the power of lightning. They floated in the void. Sometimes they were illusory. Sometimes they were crystal clear. They were like drops of despair and unwillingness. The void lightning droplets were formed. It wasn't formed by the destruction of all things. Instead, it was caused by the destruction of the Thunder World. Looking at the disappearing image, Zi Chen's mood was very complicated. He was Lei Wu and could be considered a member of the Thunder Clan. At this moment, seeing the Thunder Clan collapse, he naturally didn't feel good. Zi Chen discovered this scene several more times. However, each time the scene was different. Clearly, the Thunder Clan's world wasn't a single one. Back on the Martial Heaven continent, it was rumored that the Thunder Clan's destruction was due to resisting the invasion of the Devil race. Seeing the destruction of several of the Thunder Clan's worlds, Zi Chen guessed that the Martial Heaven continent was just a branch of the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan's true foundation was still on the Martial Heaven continent. The Thunder Clan's world had collapsed here. Then the people who had created the Domain Manor worlds had merged this world with the Serene Tower. Then it was easy to explain the Thunder Clan's inheritance on the 9th floor. The broken, wordless stone steel should have been the work of the foreign races. Many of the Thunder Clan's worlds had been destroyed. That was something that had happened many years ago. Zi Chen quickly adjusted his mood and put away his emotions. He once more began to absorb the Thunder Force to increase his strength. Other than remembering the reason for the Thunder Clan's destruction, Zi Chen was also filled with anticipation for the various techniques of the Thunder Clan. He wanted to try his luck here and see if he could find 1 or 2 of the Thunder Clan's techniques. He didn't find any. Even when Zi Chen's physical strength reached the peak of the 1st level, he still didn't discover any other battle techniques. A battle spirit was beheaded. Zi Chen indifferently put away his saber and looked at the void lightning droplet in front of him. The battle spirit that had died had been of a foreign race. It had been excited to see him. Now, Zichen understood the origin of that excitement. The destroyed ThunderClan world had been reformed into a training ground. However, the ones guarding it were all battle spirits of other races. After they killed a certain number of humans, they could leave this place and regain their freedom. However, they had to kill a lot of humans. If they killed too many, it would be very difficult to accomplish. However, once they killed a Thunder Warrior, they would immediately regain their freedom. As Zichen discovered that the number of void lightning droplets had increased, the number of foreign race battle spirits he had killed had also increased. Zichen's eyes were cold. After learning the reason for the Thunder Clan's destruction, he attacked the foreign race battle spirits whenever he saw them. He didn't even bother to talk to them. The destruction of the Thunder Clan back then was too sudden. Although the Thunder Clan ultimately dealt a heavy blow to the foreign race, and the Thunder Clan played a major role in the establishment of the Mana Realm, they still took what happened back then to heart. That's why they left behind so many images that can only be activated when someone from the Thunder Clan arrives. Yeah, look at that little guy. Although his expression didn't change much, he's obviously become more ruthless when he attacks the foreign race battle spirits. Although the Mana Realm has nothing to do with the Thunder Clan now, this region is still changing under the influence of the Thunder Clan. The strange beasts in the Thunder Sea are very powerful, but when someone from the Thunder Clan appears, those strange beasts actually disappear on their own. It's indeed unbelievable. A conversation could be heard in the void. After a month of this state, Zichen finally came to his senses. He had already obtained quite a number of void lightning droplets. It was time to test the effects of the void lightning droplets. After walking into the Thunder Sea, Zichen's figure flashed as he entered his own reality space. The reality space was shrinking as the collapse continued. The energy floating in the air was somewhat chaotic, but it was much purer than before. Zichen waved his hand, and a withered void tree appeared in front of him. It took root in the void, but it was deathly still. Zichen took out a void lightning droplet and placed it on the roots of the void tree. The void lightning droplet landed on the roots of the void tree. The lightning within it began to spread, and the dense life energy also surrounded the roots of the void tree. The roots instantly absorbed the life energy as if they had been waiting for a long time. Wisps of silver light spread from the roots of the void tree. The void tree, which had no life energy, started to grow after absorbing the lightning droplet of life. However, the growth was very small. It was like a flickering candle flame that could be extinguished at any time. Chapter 1443. In order to revive a void tree, Zichen had used 3 void thunder droplets. Of course, the current void tree was not like the 2 fully revived void trees in Zichen's reality space that had started to absorb the power of the void to fill up his reality space. After the 3 void thunder droplets were absorbed, the roots of the void tree clearly showed signs of life and started to recover. Although the roots were still yellow, it would not be long before the void tree would truly recover and be full of vigor. After seeing the miraculous effect of the void thunder droplets, Zichen began to shuttle through the fragments. On one hand, he used the power of thunder to comprehend battle skills. On the other hand, he also collected the void thunder droplets. Just like that, half a year passed in a flash. In this half a year, Zichen's physical strength had increased to the limit of the first grade 2-vein realm. Soon, he would break through to the first grade 3-vein realm. At that time, Zichen's physical strength alone would be comparable to a late-stage first grade domain realm existence. In addition, Zichen's Meteorite Thunder King Fist had finally reached the entry level, and he had also obtained many void thunder droplets. Apart from not obtaining any other battle skills, which disappointed Zichen, Zichen was very satisfied with the rest of his gains. It's time to leave. I'm really reluctant. Looking at the fragments that contained thunder, Chen could not help but sigh. He had gained a lot, but he still had not explored all of these fragments. He had not even explored 1/10 of them. After all, this was caused by the collapse of several ThunderClan realms. This place was very big and contained almost endless thunder power. Shangguan Hong and the others were still waiting. Half a year was the limit of this place. During this half a year, the number of cultivators on the platform had increased. The 3 entry tokens were placed there. These people no longer fought for them or went deeper. They were also waiting for Chen to return so that they could snatch them. Although they felt disdain in their hearts, Manshur and the others maintained their silence. They were also waiting for Chen's return. That guy has already been in there for half a year. He must have gained a lot during this period. He still won't come back. Is he not afraid of losing his life because of greed? The last time they saw Chen's figure was a few days ago, so they weren't worried that Chen would die. There were nearly 100 cultivators present. Among them, there were more than 50 existences comparable to higher life forms. Of course, there were 2 types of high-level life forms here. The first situation was when one's realm was high. Late stage, first domain realm could be said to be comparable to a high-level life form. There was also another situation where one obtained a powerful technique, which was said to be comparable to a higher life form. As Manshur and the others were special existences, they were already comparable to high-level life forms when their strength broke through to the middle stage of the first domain realm. Everyone was whispering to each other, wondering when Chen would return. It's here, it's here! Someone exclaimed. Everyone raised their heads and saw Chen's figure on one of the fragments. Is he going to search for other fragments this time? Someone asked. Apparently, they had seen Chen appear many times in the past 6 months. However, this time, Chen did not go to the next fragment. After carefully sensing it, he took a step to the left and disappeared into the fragment. Sigh, he left again. This guy is really greedy. He is indeed greedy, but this is also good. The more greedy he is, the more advantageous it will be for us. Of course. Screams sounded, full of shock, giving those around them a fright. Why are you making such a fuss over nothing? Someone said discontentedly. The cultivator pointed at a small platform in front of him and began to stutter. What him? Who is he? The cultivator followed the direction and turned his head. When he saw the figure on the platform, his expression changed, and he exclaimed, You actually came out! This cry startled the others. The instant they turned around, they saw Chen standing on the small platform. For a time, cries of surprise rang out continuously. Soon after, the eyes of the crowd flashed with a greedy light. Hand over your harvest, and we'll spare your life, a cultivator shouted. That's right. Hand over your harvest, or we'll kill you without mercy. Not only will you die, your companions will die as well, another cultivator shouted. The reason why they did not kill Manshur and the others was because they were waiting for this moment to threaten Chen. Following these words, many cultivators began to close in on Manshur and the others. Their eyes were filled with hostility. Manshur and the others were pleasantly surprised to see Chen. They had guessed that Chen must have returned with a bountiful harvest. However, they had also stood here for half a year in vain, wasting a lot of time. Thus, in an instant, everyone actually made the same decision, and that was to take a step back with some kind of panic on their faces. This was clearly an act. Seeing this, the approaching cultivators laughed coldly. They surrounded these people, but did not kill them. Their intention was clear. If the kid did not know what was good for him, they would kill him. Chen, who had just appeared, was surprised to see so many people on the platform. He looked at the crowd in shock, wondering why there were so many people here. Were they not afraid of death? However, after seeing the greed and threats in the crowd's eyes, Chen understood that there were so many people here. They were waiting for him to rob him. Hand over all your harvest. A cultivator looked at the dazed Zichen and said coldly. He thought that Zichen was scared silly by such a big lineup. His gaze swept past these people and looked at Manshur and the others in the distance. After seeing that they were fine, Zichen heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Manshur and the others pretending to be frightened, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Hand over your harvest, and we'll spare your life. Seeing that Zichen did not respond, the cultivator could only shout again. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Zichen looked at the crowd again with a helpless expression. In the past half-year, he had gained a lot. His battle strength was close to that of a high-level life form. He was not interested in these people. However, these people were like flies surrounding him. He could only drive them away. You really want my harvest? Zichen asked. Of course, all of it. The cultivator emphasized. Zichen smiled faintly and said, You definitely can't eat all of it. I'll just give you a few to taste. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen pointed forward. As he pointed, a bolt of lightning appeared from Zichen's fingertip. This was the lightning from the fragments. It was very powerful. When it appeared, there was only one bolt of lightning. However, when it left Zichen's fingertip, it split into 5. Like 5 thick lightning pythons, they rushed towards the cultivator. Seeing this, the expressions of the surrounding people changed, and they subconsciously retreated. As for the cultivator who spoke, he was locked on by the lightning and could not retreat. He could only face the lightning head-on. Previously, too many cultivators had used their lives to prove the power of the lightning. This time it was the same. Rumble. The lightning raged and instantly drowned the cultivator. A miracle did not happen. When the lightning disappeared, the cultivator became a charred corpse. The surroundings were dead silent because of this. Luck points turned into a light ball and floated out from the corpse, heading towards Zichen. Zichen looked at the crowd indifferently and said, The only thing I gained in there is a lot of lightning. If you want it, come up. However, I'll make it clear in advance. There aren't many lightning bolts. Each person can only get at most 5. This was a blatant threat. Everyone's expression changed. Humph, you want to scare us? Someone snorted. Zichen smiled faintly and pointed a finger at the sky. On his fingertip, the lightning began to flash and distort. Obviously, when this lightning appeared, someone would die. There were many cultivators present, and no one dared to step forward. Come, make way. Everyone, please make way. The quiet atmosphere was broken by a voice. Manshur squeezed out from the crowd. When the cultivators who surrounded Manshur and his group saw Manshur suddenly appear outside the encirclement, their expressions changed. This was because they did not notice that Manshur appeared outside the encirclement. Manshur rudely and arrogantly pushed through the crowd and walked towards the battlefield. His target was the corpse. Obviously, he wanted to clean up the battlefield. Manshur was unprepared. His back was facing the crowd. Many people saw this scene, and their eyes flashed with surprise. Come here. A cold light flashed in one of the cultivator's eyes, and he rushed towards Manshur. It was obvious that he wanted to sneak attack Manshur and capture him. However, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the indifferent Manshur. His fist glowed with a pitch-black color, and his entire arm instantly enlarged. His fist also enlarged by several times. He turned around and punched out. Boom! The incoming cultivator also threw out an attack. However, his attack was too weak compared to Manshur's. Manshur's punch broke the opponent's attack and hit his chest. The latter coughed out blood and flew backwards. Although he did not die, he was seriously injured. Isn't it just cleaning up the battlefield? Why did you launch a sneak attack? Manshur looked at the opponent and said. Then he bent down to collect the items on the dead cultivator. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all dumbfounded. Previously, The lightning in Zichen's hand was very intimidating. However, they did not expect this weak-looking guy to be so powerful. He could seriously injure an existence comparable to a high-level life form with a single punch. Idiot. Not everyone in the crowd had the intention of robbing Zichen. After recognizing Manshur and his group, they guessed that the one who went in was Zichen. However, they did not announce it and continued to stay here to watch the show. Unfortunately, they could not watch the show this time because no one dared to take the initiative to step forward. Zichen put away the lightning at his fingertips and shook his head. He walked towards Shang Guanhong and the others. Chapter 1444. Zichen walked forward with a calm expression. He was not vigilant at all. Everyone had different expressions and different thoughts in their minds. They all stared at Zichen and watched him walk forward. As Zichen walked toward the crowd subconsciously parted. Obviously, they were very afraid of Zichen. The power of the lightning just now was really powerful. However, there were also some people who had strange looks in their eyes. They were also thinking. Seeing this, Manshur also said, "Hey, don't disturb him. He's very powerful." It was fine if he did not emphasize it. However, at this moment, he deliberately emphasized it. In many people's eyes, he was bluffing. Indeed, Zichen did not look special. As for his powerful strength, he did not show it. The only thing he relied on was those lightning bolts. Those lightning bolts were indeed terrifying. However, if he attacked in advance, he would not have time to summon the lightning bolts. In an instant, the number of cultivators who had other thoughts in their minds increased. Zichen walked forward with a faint smile. That smile was also full of confidence. However, in the eyes of others, he was just putting on a show. Put on a show. Go to hell. A cultivator who thought he was strong shouted coldly and rushed toward Zichen. He held the domain weapon and stabbed it with all his strength. Surging energy began to surge, and the power of space began to oppress him. Zichen, who was smiling faintly, did not change his expression. However, his body began to flicker with lightning. He clenched his fist tightly and lightning surged. Boom! He punched out, causing the void to shake. This punch was full of power. It was not weaker than the previous lightning bolts. The void distorted. The fist light moved forward in a straight line and collided with the domain weapon. Crack! With a loud sound, the domain weapon shattered. The fist light moved forward in a straight line and hit the cultivator. The cultivator's body shook violently. His eyes, which were full of confidence and mockery, lost their luster in the next moment. His body fell backward and his vitality was gone. One punch had killed an existence comparable to a high-level life form. In the surroundings, the expressions of the cultivators who originally had strange expressions on their faces changed drastically in the next moment. Ha ha! I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. Manshur chuckled as he walked over and began to plunder the belongings of the dead cultivators. His gloating expression made everyone feel extremely uncomfortable, but at this moment no one dared to express their dissatisfaction. To destroy an existence comparable to a higher life form with a single punch, this was no longer a matter of pure luck. With such powerful strength, apart from higher life forms, who would dare to recklessly approach? Just like that, Zichen made his way through the crowd. Even when he was in front of Shang Guanhong and the others, no one dared to make a move. Manshur was more or less dissatisfied with this, and he muttered, "Can all of you have some backbone and courage?" Backbone and courage. Everyone was relatively speechless. When facing such a powerful existence, apart from higher life forms, who would have the courage and backbone? This was purely courting death. Everyone came to an understanding when they saw Manshur's expression. Earlier, the few of them had pretended to be fearful, and it was purely an act to disguise themselves as pigs to eat tigers. It was truly exceedingly detestable. Let's go. Coming closer, Chen smiled faintly and said. Everyone nodded, but they didn't feel the slightest bit guilty, as if they had forgotten what had happened before and followed Chen away. As they watched Chen leave, voices rang out from the quiet platform. What an idiot. Of all the people to find trouble with, he actually went to find trouble with Chen. That's right. Before Chen's strength broke through, he was able to fight against 13 existences comparable to higher life forms. Now that his strength is obviously stronger, finding trouble with him is purely courting death. He is an existence who dared to draw his sword in front of a higher life form, the golden gorilla. Finding trouble with him is purely looking for trouble. After Chen left, there was no good show to watch. Those people also said one after another. When others heard this, they also felt a little uncomfortable. Especially after knowing about Chen's deeds, they were all very angry. It turned out that they already knew about it, but they didn't say anything. Obviously, they were waiting to see a joke. How was the harvest? After leaving this place, Wu Xie couldn't wait to ask. The last time he went with Huanlong, he had gained a lot. He had several void trees that were about to wither, waiting to be resurrected. The others also looked at Chen expectantly. The harvest was okay. Chen smiled faintly. Everyone's faces were also filled with joy. Shigui and Chongque didn't understand the true function of the void lightning droplet. They just felt that it was a precious treasure, so they didn't ask much. 3 droplets will do. While speaking, Chen took out 3 void lightning droplets and gave them to Wu Xie. Then he gave 3 droplets to Man Shi, Shang Guanhong, and Dong Qing each. Gu Wen and Ma Yingqiang also guessed something, but they didn't say much. The value of the void trees was too high, and it was too important, so no one explained. After giving each of them 3 droplets of the void trees, Chen saw that they didn't react. Their void trees might be in the real world, and in the Manor Realm, this space couldn't be opened yet. After that, Chen gave each of them 3 droplets. Not only could it resurrect the void trees, but the vitality in it was also a precious medicine for healing. It was a rare treasure that could save one's life at a critical moment. After half a year, other than Chen, the others didn't gain much. Next, they decided to look for some opportunities. Because of the tremor, many ruins in Tongyu Tower were revealed, and many people were fighting over them. As soon as they left the area, before they could enter their flying artifacts, they saw the space in front of them distort. Then a door of light appeared. The door of light emitted a bright and gentle light, and it was very attractive. The cultivators who walked out after them were also surprised when they saw the scene. In the bright door of light, there was a bright object. It's the channeling region crystal. It's the channeling region crystal. It's really the channeling region crystal. Everyone exclaimed and then flew forward. However, before they arrived, they saw several figures around the door of light. It was Chen and the others. It's them again. When someone saw Chen and the others, he gritted his teeth and said, they were just shocked, so they didn't dare to rush forward. They just stood in the distance and looked at them unwillingly. Chen glanced at everyone and said indifferently, we found this thing first, so it should belong to us. Of course, if anyone is not convinced, feel free to come forward. Everyone's expression changed and they hesitated. The surroundings were silent. There are still many opportunities here. If you don't want to fight with me, then go find other opportunities, Chen said again. His tone was calm and confident. When some of the cultivators saw this, they cupped their fists at Chen and turned to leave. The cultivators who were hesitating had to leave. Let's go. The channeling region crystal was a good thing, but it said that the channeling region core is on this level, so there are many channeling region crystals here. That's right. I also heard that the channeling region core appeared in advance. Many people are looking for clues, and they found some. They just need to verify it. So what if there's news? Since it's a good thing, It should belong to those higher life forms. It's not like we have a share. These people left one after another. During this time, some of the cultivators who were ranked very high in the city were also discussing the channeling region core. When Hammer heard these words, he frowned and looked at Zichen. He saw that Zichen's expression had also changed. If the channeling region crystal was a good thing, then the channeling region core was even better. There was only one piece, and it had incredible effects. Even if one refined 10,000 channeling region crystals, it couldn't compare to a single channeling region core. The channeling region core was like the void tree. It was a true treasure that everyone needed. Seeing Zichen's strange expression, Hammer said, "The channeling region core is a good thing, but it's said that there's only one of it. Relatively speaking, the channeling region crystal is what we need the most." This was Hammer's suggestion. His meaning was clear. With so many high-level life forms around, the possibility of seizing the channeling region core was too small. Rather than that, it would be better to obtain some channeling region crystals and refine them. Zichen nodded. He understood Hammer's meaning. After waiting for a while, the channeling region crystal appeared and was in Zichen's hand. Now, Zichen had several channeling region crystals on him. He took them all out and didn't give them to Manshur and the others. Instead, he gave them to Hammer. "Give it to me." There was a look of surprise on Hammer's face. Obviously, it wouldn't be his turn no matter what. "For now, you're the most suitable one," Zichen said. This was because he wanted the channeling region core. Once they met, only Hammer would be able to help him when fighting for it. The others didn't have any objections. They continued to move forward. Hammer entered Zichen's real world and began to refine the channeling region crystals. As for Hammer, when he saw that Zichen's world could be opened, he too was shocked. Along the way, the group found a few more channeling region crystals. After obtaining them, Zichen gave them to Manshur and Wuxia to refine. Light flashed between heaven and earth. Many more channeling region crystals appeared. Many cultivators were fighting for them. Along the way, Zichen and the others saw the most channeling region crystals. The amount of spirit linking region crystals was so high that it was almost overflowing. This made people wonder if the true spirit linking region core was about to appear. Many higher life forms had made a big move recently. They began to mobilize their experts to search for information about the channeling region core. Zichen and the others prepared to go to the trading ground again to see if they could find anything else. Halfway there, they saw a familiar figure. When he saw Zichen and the others, he couldn't help but be happy. He also flew towards them. "I've been looking for you for a long time." When he arrived, he said, "Looking for us?" Zichen was stunned. "You saved me last time. This time, I'll return you a great opportunity." "What opportunity?" Chapter 1445. The one who spoke was Wolf Cub. He was a true high-level life form. "Psychic core? You have news about the psychic core." Zichen's eyes flashed. "I'm not sure yet, but I'm 80% sure. I'll need a few days to confirm it." "Come with me then," Wolf Cub said. "Only the psychic core?" Manshur asked. "It's a huge ruin. It's the biggest ruin in Tongyu Tower. It's divided into many levels. I can only take you there. It's up to you to see if there's anything else." There was no reason to refuse such a thing. Zichen nodded. "All right, but it'll take a few days." 3 days. If I don't come to you in 3 days, you can go to this place to find me." Wolf Cub gave them a jade slip. There was a place marked on the jade slip. "Okay, see you in 3 days." Wolf Cub didn't stay and quickly left. Zichen and the others also headed to the trading place. There were more cultivators at the trading place than last time. Obviously, they had heard about the psychic core and were preparing to equip themselves before heading there. The battle spirit stall owner still occupied the trading place, and there were many good things for sale there. When Zichen and the others stepped into the trading place, Hammer had finished refining. His realm hadn't increased, but his power had become more condensed and agile. His battle strength had also increased greatly. There were many king-level vitality, origin, fluid for sale in these stalls. Zichen and the others also bought some. "Look, there's a psychic domain crystal here," Shangguan Hong exclaimed. "There's a psychic domain crystal here too." On the other side, Dongqing made a discovery. "I have one here too," Man Sure shouted. Next, Zichen and the others also found pieces of psychic domain crystals in front of other stalls. The abundance of psychic domain crystals meant that the psychic core was about to appear. This was a publicly known secret. Many of these stalls were selling spiritual region cores. It could be said that there was a flood of them. However, the price was not cheap at all. It was as if they had discussed it in advance. Each spiritual region crystal was worth 500,000 luck points. Such a price also scared away many envious cultivators. Refining a single piece was not very useful. One would need to refine several pieces in a row. This would require a lot of luck points, which ordinary people could not take out. As for those battle spirit stall owners, some of them had already refined several pieces and transformed once, and the remaining pieces weren't enough to transform again, so they decided to sell them. There were also some who had only obtained 1 or 2 pieces, which were useless to them, so they decided to sell them. Yes, seeing this, Zichen didn't hesitate at all. With the exception of Hammer, everyone else used their luck points to buy channeling region crystals. During this time, Zichen had the most luck points, and he bought more than 10 channeling realm crystals in one go. It had to be known that in the half year that the world had collapsed, Zichen had killed many foreign battle spirits. And when these battle spirits died, Zichen had also obtained a considerable amount of luck points. In addition, the slaughter along the way was one of the important reasons why his luck points had skyrocketed. While Zichen and the others were purchasing the channeling region crystals, Hammer walked over to a crystal ball that was worth 1 million credits. He looked at the crystal ball in a daze. "What is this?" Man Sure came over. After seeing the introduction on the crystal ball, he was also surprised. "This is a memory." "What kind of memory is it?" "It's worth 1 million credits." Man Sure stared at the battle spirit stall owner and asked. The battle spirit stall owner replied, "To be precise, this is the memory of a remnant soul." "Remnant soul? Whose remnant soul?" Man Sure asked again. The battle spirit stall owner shook his head and said, "I don't know." This memory can't be viewed because it contains a remnant soul. Once viewed, either the remnant soul will fuse with it or refine it. This thing is simply trash. Are you sure someone wants it? And it's worth 1 million credits. Do you know that 1 million credits can buy 2 channeling region crystals? Man Sure said again. Now he only had a few dozen luck points left, so he naturally thought that 1 million credits was a sky-high price. Zichen and the others heard the news and came over. After hearing Man Sure's explanation, their faces changed. During this time, Hammer did not say a word. Zichen looked at Hammer and said, "Brother Hammer, you can be sure that this remnant soul will be useful to you." This thing was useless to ordinary humans. As for the memories inside, what was the use of it? It was like gambling. Using 1 million luck points to bet that there would be a major discovery in the remnant soul's memories. However, the remnant soul's memories were from before the Manor Realm was established. It was useless to the current Manor Realm unless the remnant soul still remembered a few powerful techniques. Under such circumstances, humans would naturally not gamble because 1 million luck points was enough to buy the combat techniques they wanted. The appearance of this thing was clearly not targeted at humans, but at battle spirits. Zichen could see the desire in Hammer's eyes at a glance. "I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that I'll regret it if I miss out on it, Hammer said. It's only 1,000,000 luck points. Just buy it. However, the prerequisite is that the remnant soul inside won't retaliate, Zichen said. This remnant soul isn't strong. It doesn't have any offensive means, so it won't retaliate, Hammer said. Then buy it. Hammer's last bit of hesitation was dispelled by Zichen's words. He took out his last 1,000,000 luck points and bought the remnant soul. After the remnant soul was bought, the battle spirit stall owner turned and left. Zichen looked at him thoughtfully. Next, everyone left after spending all their luck points. Hammer was reading the remnant soul's memories. Zichen and the others also took out the psychic region crystal and prepared to refine it. The psychic region crystal contained a powerful wave of spiritual energy that was close to psychic. Zichen sat cross-legged and held a psychic region crystal in his hand. A suction force came from his palm, and the energy in the psychic region crystal was forcibly extracted and integrated into his body. After the energy entered his body, it fused with his own energy and triggered a change in his own energy. It was as if some living substance was injected into the rigid energy, causing the rigid energy to gradually become lively. With the change in the energy, Zichen clearly felt that the energy was more condensed and agile than before. He also punched out. At this moment, the energy contained in the punch was more than before. It was more concentrated and naturally stronger. The psychic region crystal was quickly refined. However, Zichen's energy had only transformed a part of it. If he wanted to transform his energy completely, he would have to continue refining it. Fortunately, Zichen had a lot of psychic region crystals on him. Completing the first transformation wasn't a problem. 3 days passed quickly. The wolf cubs didn't come looking for them. It was obvious that the place was real. Zichen and the others also came out of seclusion 3 days later. When everyone appeared, they gave off the same feeling. A psychic aura surged around them, and the power around them underwent a transformation for the first time. They became agile and powerful. Man Shi and Wu Xia were full of confidence because of the transformation of their energy. However, they didn't dare to challenge Zichen, who had undergone the same transformation. The two of them could only exchange blows to test each other's strength. 3 days later, Zhong Chui also appeared after fusing with the remnant soul. He wore a black robe and was surrounded by the light of energy. He looked even more mysterious. "How is it?" Zichen asked after seeing Zhong Chui. In fact, Zichen didn't need to ask. He could guess that the remnant soul was very useful to Zhong Chui. "It's my soul when I was alive." There was an unconcealable joy in Zhong Chui's words. "Congratulations." Zichen's eyes lit up. Zhong Chui nodded and said, "It's indeed worth congratulating. After fusing with this remnant soul, my strength has recovered a little. Even if a higher life form comes, I'm confident that I can beat it away." At this moment, the increase in their combat strength was definitely good news for the entire team. 3 days have passed. Let's go find Langwei. The wolf cub's name was Langwei. Following the guidance of the map and flying artifacts, the group arrived at the designated location in less than half a day. Lang Wei seemed to have been waiting for a long time. After seeing Zichen and the others, he quickly walked up and said, "I thought you guys weren't coming." As he spoke, a light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the group. Obviously, he had also noticed the changes in the team in just 3 days. There were some delays on the way. Zichen explained, "Let's go. The news has been confirmed. The Psychic Domain Core is here." The wolf cub led the group forward. Along the way, they saw many cultivators. However, these cultivators could only stay in the distance. Their eyes would occasionally look into the depths with desire, but they didn't take the initiative to approach. Zichen noticed these people, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. The wolf cub saw Zichen's puzzlement and explained, "There are no high-level life forms in the cities they are in, so they are not qualified to be the first to explore." This place was discovered by high-level life forms. Only high-level life forms and the forces they belonged to had the ability to get a share of the benefits. As for other forces without high-level life forms, they were not qualified at all. Keep a low profile when the time comes because there are too many high-level life forms here. Lang Wei instructed as they moved forward. There are many high-level life forms like Golden Gorilla, Manshur said. Golden Gorilla. Lang Wei's eyes flashed with disdain as he said, "He is indeed a high-level life form, but he is the weakest among them." Then, he said solemnly, "Among the high-level life forms, you need to be careful of those who haven't reached the domain realm because they're very strong and very confident. The reason they haven't broken through is because they want the psychic domain core. They want to get a perfect baptism and let their domain realm grow perfectly. Although these people haven't reached the domain realm. Their various divine powers and physical bodies have already reached the peak of the domain realm. They are very strong." As he explained, the group went deeper. Along the way, they saw many human cultivators. Among these people, the weakest was comparable to a high-level life form. You're tuning in to the Thunderous YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.